Chapter 1998. All of a sudden, little Qing Zi said that he had found something interesting and pointed them in a direction. As he led them to the location, he made a strange hee-hee-hee sound through the soul communication channel. At first glance, it sounded very creepy and weird. It was as if a young man had suddenly found something and was giggling. 2 minutes later, Yun Nuashing and the others landed on the other side of the 4th-generation ruins. They looked at the building on top of the pillar and scanned their surroundings. Then they saw little Qing Zi waving at them from below the ball. "Lord Feng, Lord Hui, over here, over here." I Ching raised his hand and shouted. When Lord Maple and the others ran over, he waved his hand and had the other order warriors disperse. The latter and the others bowed from afar and continued to lay prone on the spherical, pillar-shaped building to ponder. They knocked on the ruins incessantly, leading everyone to little Qing Zi. Yun Nuashing first looked at the order warriors who were lying on top of the pillar and the ball as if they were going to lift it up. After some thought, she decided to ignore them for the time being. She asked little Qing Zi, "So, you found something interesting?" "Ahem, it's like this." I Ching coughed softly and cleared his throat, placing the crystal balls that he had tidied up in the space around him. "We've sorted out the situation of the tranquil wastelands because there are more ruins here than we thought. There's an area above ground and a circle below ground. Apart from that, the large buildings we've found so far are only visible on the surface. In fact, most of them have been torn apart by the torrent of time, and we've barely managed to find some remains. Well, remains are also troublesome. If we hadn't gotten used to and familiarized ourselves with the Fortress of Origin back then, we probably wouldn't have been able to restore part of the information based on the remains." "Oh, right. We've also restored their original locations and recorded them in the crystal ball." Yun Nuashing asked, "What kind of weird talent did you guys choose?" I Ching shrunk his neck and laughed dryly. "It's all because of the Fortress of Origin. If I didn't change my talent urgently, I wouldn't have been able to torture that big guy. Although they would be done after a while, well, there's no harm in having more skills. Since I've learned them, I can't forget them. We've restored the map of the tranquil wasteland as completely as possible. Aside from the terrain, we drew a simpler map and placed everything we found on it." As I Ching spoke, he opened the crystal balls around them and projected the energy image in the space in front of them. Everyone immediately gathered and curiously examined the large map that was 10 feet wide in front of them. The ground was a light brownish yellow, and the whole map was dotted with bright yellow and green dots. There were also many other colors that were marked. However, they were just simple markings. After all, the map was newly made. He was responsible for explaining the specific meaning of these dots and markings. The map covers the entire area of the tranquil wasteland. The gray and black refer to the demonized energy. Although you already know the arrangement of the demonized energy in the tranquil wasteland, I've marked it out so that you can see it more clearly. I Ching smiled and pointed to the center. The center is where the demonized energy is the most concentrated. It's like a drop of oil dripping into water. It starts to spread evenly in all directions to form a complete circle. Then it starts to weaken here, and the color gradually fades. When the color fades to this extent, this is the middle circle. The area outside where only the light gray color is left is the outer circle. Yun Nuashing looked carefully for a while and frowned slightly. It's too uniform. There's no trace of change or diffusion. The inner, outer, and outer circles are really 3 circles. They're clearly separated and don't interfere with each other. As long as the energy is in the same area within the circle, it maintains the same concentration of energy. It's as if it's completely fixed in this state." Siyu held his shoulder and swung it back and forth. After looking at the map for a while, she said, "What does this mean?" "Well, it means that the entire secluded wasteland is under the control of something," Yun Nuashing explained. "Previously, when I learned that the size of the tranquil wasteland was constant, I assumed that it was a permanent domain that would not change no matter how much time passed. I also assumed that there might be something limiting its range. Up to this point, there was no problem. But if the energy density of the inner domain was arranged in such a consistent manner without any changes, you can imagine that the sea would no longer be affected by the wind and would no longer be affected by the temperature of the sea. There would no longer be any undercurrents, and it would forever become a pool of calm water that is only big. In other words, it would have lost its connection with the outside world and would no longer be affected by anything external. It's completely isolated from the outside world. This point proves that it's deliberately controlled by something. It also shows that it's in a state of isolation from the outside world. There's an energy source inside, a source that affects everything. At the same time, it's precisely controlling the energy in this area without any interaction with the outside world. It's trying its best to keep itself in a stable state. But here's the problem. When we entered the secluded wasteland, we didn't feel that we've crossed a domain or entered some kind of restricted space. Did you guys feel that? Seeing that everyone shook their heads after thinking for a while, Yun Nuashing shrugged. That's a little strange. I can probably explain that. It's because I want to explain that that's why I called all of you here. I Ching said with a smile and pointed at the flickering green light in the secluded wasteland. Lord Feng, look at these. The green light spots should be the ruins of the previous 3 and 4 generations. They're all arranged in the inner circle of the secluded wasteland. Well, the brighter ones should be the ruins of the previous 4 generations. They're so densely packed that it looks like, it's quite orderly. They're all arranged in a direction away from the center of the secluded wasteland. Not only that, if the light spots closest to the center of the wasteland were connected one by one. Everyone watched as he used an energy stick to point at the green light spots and left energy lines on the map. Slowly, he made half a circle and finally closed it into a complete circle. Then they were all stunned. A considerable portion of the green light spots just happened to fall on the circle, not missing at all. This is arranged according to a circle. Hui immediately understood, and then he also discovered something. He took the stick from Maple's hand and pointed on it. Not only that, if all the ruins are connected in this way, I Ching nodded with a smile. You can see circles after circles, connecting all the ruins of the corresponding era together. That's the answer. Well, although there are still gaps in some places and there are no ruins or fragments to be found, we can just assume that there's something there. After all, this pattern matches too well. This is a sign of sealing the tranquil wasteland. These circles are all concentric. The ruins of the same era are not only arranged in a circle, but they are also arranged in a diameter, layer by layer away from the center of the wasteland. Yun Nuashing understood and looked at the ruins that were all connected together. He looked carefully and suddenly said, "There are 3 rings of ruins from the previous 4th generation in the inner circle. Back then, people used thousands of ruins to encircle the secluded wasteland in 3 rings to seal it. I see. This is why the demonized energy in the secluded wasteland became like this. It's not that they can only spread like this, nor is there something controlling the flow of energy in the secluded wasteland. But there is something inside that is trying its best to limit its range of activity. It has been releasing energy as if its life depended on it. But it was all restricted by the ruins." Lu Xiaoqiu's green eyes widened. "Then, if we destroy the ruins, won't we?" Everyone was speechless. That's just digging their own grave. The thing that was used to restrict the tranquil wasteland was destroyed, just like that. We're done for. Is something big going to happen? Fei Zui's pretty face turned pale when she heard this. It seemed like she was about to join the ranks of the statues. Oh, but the people of the demonized race can also use these ruins. I'm afraid that this knowledge was obtained from their seniors. They can use the ruins, so naturally they can also use the shackles that were supposed to be seals as sharp arrows against their enemies. Yun Nuashing frowned slightly. She looked at Fei Zui and said with a slightly serious tone, "It doesn't matter if they know that the ruins are used to seal the wasteland. And it doesn't matter if you know about it or not. When they plan to use the ruins and you can't stop them, destroy it and stop the demonized actions is one of the options. At this time, there is no time to think about the so-called future. If you don't destroy the ruins and let Shura and the others hide in the dark for a while, they will die quickly. He can turn a ruin into a great demon, and the energy released by the great demon in the ruins can directly destroy the defenses of other cities except for the capital of God. It is obviously more dangerous to leave it alone, so don't worry about it. Well, I'm glad that you can comfort me. Fei-Tsue shrunk her neck when she heard this. She stared at the 20-something circles for a while and couldn't help but smile bitterly and scratch her head. Indeed, we didn't know about this. It is because we know what the demonized are using the ruins for, and we can't stop them. We have no choice but to destroy them. If we can, we don't want to tear them down. Those are cultural relics, and it is better to keep them for research than to burn them to the ground. But, well, since there are already 3 circles in the inner circle, why? Fei-Tsue pointed at the slightly lighter green circles of the previous 3 generations. There were a total of 5 circles, and the number of the ruins that were arranged by the previous 3 generations was even more. Why did the ruins of the previous 3 generations, 2 generations, and the previous generation have to be arranged like this? Didn't they already have a seal? Because with the passage of time, the seal that exists in the center of the ruins can no longer hold on. Yun Nuashing crossed her arms and let out a long sigh of relief. They gradually weakened in the torrent of time and have lost the ability to completely maintain the seal. In other words, the tranquil wasteland that had been stabilized has once again begun to spread to the outside. The people of the previous 3 generations may have realized the situation and used the remaining knowledge and corresponding methods to strengthen the seal. Thus, these 5 circles of ruins were added. You see, the area covered by the demonized energy in the inner circle has a small area that has exceeded the circle drawn by the ruins of the previous 4 generations. This means that the tranquil wasteland is still spreading. Moreover, the ruins of the previous 4 generations have no way to completely bind it to this area. The people of the previous 3 generations must have continued to strengthen the seal under the situation. Yun Nuashing's finger continued to move outwards. She pointed at the yellow circles and said, "Similarly, the ruins of the previous 2 generations and the previous generation are the same. The tranquil wasteland is not unchanging. Under the condition that the demonized race deliberately preserve the crack, it will continue to leak energy until the entire land is in the bag. Well, under the premise that the ruins are used to block the demonized energy, it seems to be able to explain the purpose of the other ruins that are scattered all over the land. It's like a fortress in front of a battle, a bridgehead, resisting the stormy waves that come from the front." Fei-Tsue heard this and exclaimed as if she had understood something. "No wonder! So far, most of the ruins that we have discovered are arranged along the Chaos Wasteland. Even if there are ruins that are arranged in a place far away from the Chaos Wasteland, it's only a very sporadic part of it." Yun Nuashing looked at the map twice. After confirming that the things marked on the map had been explained, he looked at Little Qing and asked, "Is there anything else worth noting, like the main body of the ruins?" "Not at the moment." Yi Qing shook her head. When she said this, she turned around and glanced at the Order warriors who were trying hard to dismantle the ruins. She looked helpless and said, "We also want to dismantle it and take a look. But the situation is, as you can see, we have tried on every single ruin once, and all of them returned empty-handed. We can't even find a crack that can be pried open. Well, the ruins of the previous 4 generations have a huge force of will. Although some kind of obsession that should have existed has been destroyed, it still can't be dismantled. The obsession is only used to tell the people who want to dismantle it why it exists and why it is guarding this place. After all, the obsession is a kind of strong will. Even if it's blurred, it still exists. In fact, it still plays its role as a kind of power. It's just that we don't know why it exists, so we can't dismantle it with simple methods. If we want to explore it, we can only—" Yun Nuashing immediately shut up. Hui smiled bitterly and said, "If we dismantle it, there's no point in exploring it." Yun Nuashing stuck her tongue out at him with dead fish eyes. Then he really couldn't do anything. The force of will was just a kind of power. He could just drown it with a stronger power. But if he wanted to know what was hidden inside or how it was formed, he had to ensure its existence. In other words, if he couldn't dismantle it, he could only break its defense. But the force of will didn't have the ability to break defense. Once the defense was broken, it would explode. There was no compromise. This was great. They didn't intend to dismantle the ruins in the first place. Now that they knew that the ruins acted as a seal, they couldn't dismantle it. But they seemed to have already dismantled more than a dozen ruins from the previous 3 generations. It shouldn't be a problem. Hasn't the crack closed? The demonized energy won't flow anymore. Shuang Shuang reminded everyone who was overwhelmed by the destruction of the ruins. Everyone slapped their foreheads and face-bombed. They had forgotten the most important thing. Now that the source had been eliminated, what was there to be afraid of? The concentration of the demonized energy in the tranquil wasteland was gradually decreasing. Perhaps the ruins still had the ability to slowly purify the energy. Since the seal could remain intact even when the ruins were damaged, it should not be a problem if the source of the demonized energy had disappeared. The purification function should still exist. As long as they waited for a while, the tranquil wasteland should disappear. In the future, people could only learn about this place from history. So, solving the environmental problem had to start from the source. The dozen or so Order warriors who had been circling the sphere for a long time gave up on tormenting it after their conversation ended. They gathered one by one, dejected and unhappy. It seemed that they were a little depressed after toying with this tough bone for half an hour without any results. The power of will is quite troublesome. It can't be helped that we can't do anything about it. If it's just simple destruction, it would have been over. Yun Nuashing saw their helpless faces and shrugged. She said to little Qing, "Pack up and get ready to retreat. There's probably nothing left here." Wait a minute. Okay, it's a deal. Qing didn't take more than a few seconds to finish his sentence. Then he asked, "What do we do next?" "Let's go north." Yun Nuashing turned his head and looked towards the north. The nearest suspected entrance is in the north. Although I don't know where exactly it is in the north, it's better to go and take a look than stay here in a daze. I Ching replied with an "oh," and was about to lead the vanguard to the north to find their destination. Just as he turned around and was about to leave, the space suddenly trembled. It was as if they were locked in a box, and then the box was slammed against the wall by someone. Everyone was also jolted by this sudden tremor. None of them were able to maintain their horse stance properly, and they all staggered a few times and almost fell down. Boom! A violent rumble shook the earth. It was as if a huge and heavy energy pillar had fallen from the sky and smashed into the ground, causing the earth to churn again. This time, except for Yun Nuashing, everyone swayed and fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, they were all shorter. Yun Nuashing was flustered. He held Shuang Shuang and Blue Phoenix in his left and right hands. The little angel consciously wrapped around him. Siyu had already fallen into his arms, so she did not fall. He also waved the chain of order to bind everyone who was about to fall. In an instant, they all turned into gymnastics performers. Their arms, waists, and legs were all twisted into strange shapes. "I hate it. It's happening." Yun Nuashing hurriedly straightened everyone up, then sighed and turned his head. After everyone steadied themselves, they followed his gaze and looked over. The vibration came from the building on the top of the pillar. A few black cracks suddenly appeared at the bottom of the ball. It looked like an egg that had been cracked. It was gradually cracking under the influence of an unknown external force, and a small piece of green debris fell down. The debris was about 10 meters in size, and it was the size of a small attic. It crashed in front of them with a loud bang, and the vibration made them all stupefied. Boom, boom, boom! After a few seconds, the ground lifted its surfboard excitedly and set off waves on the land. It seemed like it was going to surf on dry land. In just 5 seconds, a huge wave was set off. The ground in front of them on the right suddenly rose up to a height of 10,000 feet and then fell rapidly. The ground was constantly being crushed throughout the entire process. The sound of cracking echoed in the entire space. It was the sound of the entire ruin cracking. Its fragments had begun to fall from above like raindrops, and the whole thing began to disintegrate. The fragments that were 10 to 100 meters long continued to fall from the surroundings, setting off a mighty wave of dust. Yun Nuashing looked at it for less than 2 seconds before hurriedly dragging everyone away from the ruin. Looking from afar, half of the ruin had been drowned by the dust and smoke that splashed up. One could also see 4 pillars carrying a ball, throwing things down with all their might. The echo of the falling objects hitting the ground was extremely noisy and ear-piercing. Yun Nuashing looked back at I Ching and the others indifferently. "What did you do to it?" "We just did some ordinary research." One of the Order warriors was sweating profusely. He looked nervous. "We definitely didn't do anything dangerous. We didn't try to break it by force." "Really?" "I feel that ever since we entered the wasteland, we have not been in an environment without tremors for more than a few minutes." We could not help but blurt out, "Sure enough, the ground is shaking wherever we go." "Feng, you're such a troublemaker." Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes fiercely. He was about to argue with him about this matter, but the sudden movement from the ruins made him not have the time to care about Hui. Right now, he only wanted to know what was going on. The pillars in the 4 corners of the ruins that had mysteriously disintegrated suddenly broke, and the huge ball that they were supporting suddenly fell down. The latter's huge size and weight, coupled with the fact that its surface was full of cracks and scars, after it slammed the ground with all its might, it turned into debris and dust that flew in the wind. The dust that covered the sky was like volcanic ash that had just erupted, spreading far away with the wind. It took a while for the impact of the impact to reach them. At this time it had become a gust of wind, mixed with a weak power of will, as if it was still trying to tell them something, but even it had been blurred by the passage of time. Thousands of words were left with only a sigh, and no one paid any attention to it. It was not over yet. Just like when they demolished the ruin, not long after this ruin collapsed, the earth trembled again. But this time it did not intend to stop. In just a short minute, the earth trembled more and more violently. The shaking, and shaking caused the space to step on the pace of surfing. The originally calm, dark clouds in the sky suddenly began to roll violently. High-energy demonic energy rushed rapidly in the clouds, brewing and changing rapidly. Suddenly, I Ching's face changed. He hurriedly said, "Lord Feng, the other ruins in the wasteland have all collapsed. All the ruins that we are observing have collapsed at the same time." "Wow." We could not help but exclaim. He then whistled and patted Feng's shoulder. "Feng, we're in trouble. If it was not for this sudden and inexplicable occurrence, he would have kicked this guy out. The inexplicable collapse of the ruins. Forget it, in short, it was inexplicable. In less than 2 minutes, they felt a violent tremor coming from the other side of the earth. An earthquake. No, it was not an earthquake. He seemed to see an invisible energy turning into a big hand and slapping at the center of the wasteland. That hand was bigger than the big pit in the center. It was using all its strength to press down on the ground with the center of the big pit as the origin. It pressed down with all its strength, as if it wanted to compress that piece of land into a flat cake. The tremors, the large cracks in the earth, and other movements were just incidental phenomena caused by the palm. At first, he thought that he would eventually see a crumbling ground that tilted towards the center of the wasteland. However, he still thought too simply. It was only when those large cracks that traversed the earth suddenly released a ray of light that was dim enough to dye the sun, moon, and stars black that he realized that things might not be so simple. This crack had already run through the entire underground. What is this? The scene that looked like the blooming of the earth and the scene of the aurora hanging upside down on the ground scared Fei Tzu and Lu Xiaoqiu. Even though the latter was completely numb, she could not help but grab his robe and widen her green eyes. This power, it's far more terrifying than the demonic energy. What the hell is this? Something under the ground. Yun Nuoxing and Hui looked at each other and nodded. They quickly exchanged glances to let each other know the situation. Then he continued, "There are some things buried under the ground. I don't know if you know, that is something like a barrier, something that is used to shield and interfere with detection. They are specific layers of existence buried deep underground. So far, I still don't know what they are, but now he looked at the extremely deep black light that gushed out from the crack like a curtain. Now it has appeared in front of us, but I still don't know what it is." Everyone's soul images quickly looked at each other. Yun Nuoxing shook her head first. Hui shrugged, and little Xiao and Sui Qing also shook their heads to express their denial. They all gave a negative answer together. This was not the chaotic energy. It still belonged to the order, but the order power it contained was extremely huge, comparable to the order power of the high-level premier level. Moreover, it was an extremely negative order power. There were layers and layers of such things under the ground. Why did he feel that the world might be over? If all of them burst out, wouldn't it? Hiss, even the world would be turned upside down, and the ground would be lifted into the sky. Chapter 1999. The mysterious unknown object buried underground, for the time being, was a concrete object that could be seen but not touched. It could be distinguished but could not be sensed. It was a bit like the feeling of a beginner trying to touch the void for the first time. The only difference was that when trying to analyze the void, the beginner's brain would burn. But this unknown object, after trying for a long time, did not intend to respond to anyone. This was the situation he and Hui got when they tried to touch it for the first time. Because it could be seen but not touched, and also seemed like some kind of rule or concept existence, they regarded it as a special structure in this world that was difficult to touch. They threw it away and chose to forget it. Until now, when they realized that it was reacting, they were so anxious that they could only let out a sigh of relief in their hearts, and then hurriedly fled with their people. It was definitely not fun to be caught in the energy explosion of a high-level premier. Even if there was a shield here that could withstand the energy explosion, it did not mean that they liked to drill into the center of the energy explosion. That was something that only masochistic people would do. While they were running for their lives, the tremors in the tranquil wasteland were so violent that it was about to flip the table and flip the earth upside down. Countless large cracks were opening up and running across the entire wasteland. Black earth light was constantly blooming from the cracks, illuminating the dark clouds in the sky. Just by staying in the wasteland, one could experience the feeling of not being able to see one's own fingers in front of one's face. When they jumped out of the wasteland and immediately turned around, what they saw was a pure black curtain. It was a space completely occupied by the black light. The layer of black light completely enveloped the tranquil wasteland and the dark clouds above it, reaching straight up to the sky like a pillar of energy. They believed that the strange phenomenon in the center of this large area had attracted the attention of many people. Perhaps someone was looking, or perhaps someone was fearlessly rushing over. Of course, it was more likely that the warriors of the Grand Temple had come to watch with their fleet. In short, there should be a lot of spectators now, and everyone was in position. So, it was time to use the grandest fireworks to send a curtain call to this matter. To put it in layman's terms, it finally could not hold back and was about to make a big news. The expected hot, intense, and vast energy explosion did not happen. The black energy beam existed for half a minute before it suddenly disappeared. Then, a huge black energy ball began to bloom from the center of the tranquil wasteland. It expanded at a speed that far exceeded the limits of normal laws. In just a few seconds, the entire tranquil wasteland had been swallowed by the energy ball. Then the energy ball's speed slowed down the moment it passed through the wasteland. It started to appear slow on the scale of the map. However, if one were to observe it from a distance, one could still feel that the energy ball was expanding at an exaggerated speed. The expanding dark radiance shone across the entire sky. It was as if a giant black sun was blooming. Even the dark clouds in the sky were distorted and swallowed by the energy ball. The surrounding space was distorted, like a pancake under the influence of this newly born black star. On the surface of the black energy ball, there were white clouds and smoke floating and surging, condensing into what seemed to be some special patterns and patterns. He looked at the changing patterns and frowned slightly. He had a feeling that these patterns were condensed by some other power. However, there was no time for him to observe more. After the energy ball had dug out 1/10 of the area of the wasteland, it trembled slightly. Then, like a balloon that had expanded to its limit, it instantly poured out all the air. Then, with a whoosh, it shrank towards the center. In an instant, it was only a few thousand feet wide or a few hundred feet wide. Then it was completely annihilated, along with the space and land that were completely swallowed by the energy ball. All that was left was a huge crater with an exaggerated size. So far, the quiet wasteland had become a name in history. Even the archaeologists could only pick up the surrounding smoke and dust to see if there was anything left. Even the traces left behind by generations of people who fought against the quiet wasteland had disappeared completely. What was left behind was only a huge crater that was big enough to fit a galaxy. As for the onlookers, well, for the time being, they didn't see anyone who was really fearless and rushed here. Also, according to Emerald, there was actually no one living in a considerable distance from the quiet wasteland. The cities of the 4 regions were basically arranged in a ring around the quiet wasteland. They were very far away from each other, so the 1/10 of the wasteland that was dug out did not affect anyone. This was actually good news for them. Before this, they didn't do any disaster warning, nor did they take any precautions. If this inexplicable outbreak directly hit other people's cities, well, although this disaster was not caused by them, they would still feel a little guilty. Congratulations that it didn't turn into an earth-shattering explosion. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but clap her hands and look back at Emerald and Lu Xiaoqiu, who had just escaped death. Although the 2 girls were already numb, they were still frightened by the movement just now. Looking at their thoughtful expressions, they were probably thinking about how to report what happened in the last period of time. After all, they were the members of the Great Shrine. The necessary reports were still necessary, and this would probably make them pull out a lot of hair. They hadn't figured out the cause of the incident, but the result was clear. Now that they were back on top of the quiet wasteland, they looked down as if they were looking into the abyss. They couldn't sense any strange or abnormal energy aura from below. The energy was even completely devoured by Qiu just now, and they couldn't recover in a short time. The layer, curtain, barrier buried under the ground. Whatever it is, it's referring to that thing. Yun Nuashing raised his hand and pointed at the ground below. He said softly, "It's blown up." Hui was startled. Exploded? Was it affected by the energy released just now? Should I say that it was blown up, or that the explosion just now was because it had been accumulating energy for a long time, and it found a vent to release it all at once, which led to the situation we just saw? Furthermore, the range of that energy. Was it a single curtain that was released, or was it the release of 3 or 4 curtains along the way? I just glanced at it roughly, and I don't remember their specific distribution location. Moreover, the layer of curtain under the ground directly disappeared, not just a single area that disappeared. Emerald couldn't help but ask, "What exactly is that thing you are talking about? I haven't heard of anything hidden under the ground at all." "Well, it's normal that you don't know. After all, it's deep underground, and it's even deeper than the ruins where we first met. You shouldn't have run so deep underground for no reason, right?" Yun Nuashing explained. Fei Chui thought for a moment and understood. It was indeed the case. Who would be so bored to go so deep underground. Even if they were digging ruins, they wouldn't dig so deep. The depth of the underground was so deep. Since ancient times, the number of lives that stepped on it was estimated to be less than 0%. She didn't know how many zeros there were. But it's actually such a dangerous thing. After Emerald sighed, she put on a distressed face, lowered her head, and muttered. Her expression was the same as his when he found out that there was a large group of deadly things buried under the realm of the gods. 30% of it was difficult, 30% of it was crazy, and the remaining 94% of it was half dead. Well, take it easy. We still don't know what's inside that thing and what's inside. Hui gave a thumbs up and showed a bright and reassuring smile. The tranquil wasteland was killed. Although the process was a little violent, a little unexpected, but the result is still good. That so-and-so disappeared, and now we can at least be at ease for a long time. As for what you can do with this extra time of peace, it depends on your own plans. Plans. Emerald muttered these 2 words in a daze. She looked at the big pit below, and a lot of messy thoughts ran rampant in her mind. Her eyes quickly became dull in 3 seconds, and her mind was full of rest, big pit, safe time, and what to do. After a while, her body trembled and she reacted, but she was even more sluggish. Why do I feel like there are more things to do after solving the problem? Yun Nuashing and the others covered their faces and smiled bitterly. It was difficult to deal with the aftermath since ancient times. The bigger the trouble, the more troublesome the aftermath. They were already used to it. When they often went to other people's houses to cause trouble, they would make a big mess and have to slowly clean up. They were responsible for moving, and the locals were responsible for cleaning up. It was a little irresponsible. Bam! It's other people's world, right? Don't meddle too much. They had moved other people's world away, and it was already quite a big mess. Unless it was necessary, they should not meddle in the internal affairs of other people's world. Otherwise, they would feel like they were overshadowing the host. After all, they were still outsiders. Unless they found that they were surrounding their home and causing trouble again, and wanted to tear down their world, then they would have to intervene. They had spent a lot of effort to move their world from a remote and desolate place to a place with good mountains, rivers, and scenery, not to see them continue to tear down their home. In short, the quiet wasteland had completely become history. If they wanted to remember or find something, they could only jump into this bottomless pit. After returning to the capital of God in the dark region, Emerald and Lu Xiaoqiu reported to the headquarters with a headache written all over their faces. They gathered together to discuss the next step. However, before discussing, he turned his head to look at Shuang habitually, but he still got the expected answer, which made them feel very helpless. They were already a little suspicious that they had come to the wrong place. We've come to the wrong place. It's still too early to say. After all, we've only been in the Deyuan realm for 1 or 2 months. It's still too early. Yun Nuashing patted Shuang's head and sighed. I wonder how the Void frontline is now. It's hard to have any changes in such a short time, Little Hourglass replied. Void-level events usually took a long time to happen, not just the Void calamity that was mentioned earlier. The war between order and chaos that they had to deal with was also a Void-level event, but it was of a higher level and had a greater impact. As for the time, it would naturally take a long time as well. The Chaos Era was the 326th era. In the previous era, the war between order and chaos had been preparing for more than 10 or 20 eras, and the confrontation had lasted for several eras. This era had been going on since the beginning until now, which was enough to show how time-consuming it was. Well, that's true. Yun Nuashing shrugged and turned her head to look towards the north. Little Qing and the others had already gone to the Radiant Light region ahead of them. They were walking along the northern direction of the tranquil wasteland to see if they could find anything. They had to set off a little later, and they had to tell Emerald and Lu Xiaoqiu about what they were going to do next. They had to report their itinerary to prevent them from not knowing where they had gone to. Cough, cough. The main thing was that they felt a little apologetic for bringing them around all the time and putting them through all kinds of ridiculous scares. On the way back, the two girls' eyes were filled with mischief. They had lost their glory and hope. They felt that if they continued to destroy their worldview, there would be two more little lunatics in this world. As the time was short, reporting the situation should not take too much time, so they did not go into the city to shop. Instead, they stood on the city wall and looked at the situation in the tranquil wasteland. They chatted for a while and kept in touch with I Ching and the others to see if anything had happened. Soon it was over. About half an hour later, Emerald and Lu Xiaoqiu, who had finished their report, returned to this place. You guys are quite fast this time. You finished your report so quickly? Yun Nuoxing looked at the two girls landing on the ground and was slightly surprised. Last time, they reported the matter of the ruins where the giant octopus turned into a giant octopus. When the people of Radiance came back, they already reported it. After all, they set off from here this time. Emerald explained, so we added the follow-up matter of the tranquil wasteland. Oh, so what's the result? Speaking of the follow-up, Emerald became silent. Her mouth was mumbling some unknown syllables. After mumbling for a while, she finally said, clearly, we can only leave it there. For the time being, we don't have any plans to deal with it. That's also true. Suddenly rushing to other people's face and asking what's the use of this newly dug big pit. It was too sudden. Their first reaction was to leave it there. Anyway, the 4 major areas were vast, and there was no shortage of land. So, they didn't need to rush to fill it up. They could only leave it there for now. However, in short, we need to use something to surround it first, so as to prevent whimsical people from jumping down. Everyone smiled bitterly. Are there people who like to have such dreams in this place? There's nothing under this big pit, not even a trace of energy. If one jumps down, there's nothing else other than a long period of free fall. As for the thing underground that you mentioned, Emerald pulled her ponytail in front of her and lowered her head to think. After a while, she looked up at Fengling and shook her head. The managers also said that they don't know about the existence of this thing underground. But since they already know about its existence, they can't just sit back and do nothing, not to mention... She paused for a moment and looked at the edge of the big pit that she could barely see. Her body trembled. Not to mention this matter. No matter when something goes wrong, we won't know. Ugh, I don't want to die inexplicably. If possible, I want to die with more understanding. Yun Nuoxing nodded in agreement. So, do you plan to explore it later? Yes, but it will take some time. Just discussing the plan and starting the preparations will take a long time. After all, there are very few people involved in the underground domain. But for the time being, I have a rough idea. It should revolve around the pit in the wasteland. I still need to let people from other regions gather together to discuss this matter. Emerald showed a tired expression as she spoke. She sighed and glanced at them. Let's not talk about this for now. What about you guys? What's your plan next? Looking at how busy you are, it seems like you are looking for something. You won't stay here for too long, right? Oh, I was just about to talk to you about this. Yun Nuoxing nodded. Next, we'll go north and look for that. Look for Mu Tsangyan. Then, if we can't find that thing that seems to be the entrance, we will continue north. Didn't they say that there's an area in the north? It seems that they haven't explored it clearly. The area in the north. Indeed, they haven't explored it much. Emerald scratched her head and frowned slightly. The area north of the Radiant across the Chaos Demon Wilderness was actually the first to be discovered. It was already explored when the 4 regions gathered 15 years ago. Later, for various reasons. Well, in short, they didn't look at the situation there in detail. I heard that the people from the Radiant were the ones who went to explore it. I heard that they were beaten back. Hui Gang was still in a daze. When he heard this, his body suddenly trembled. Beaten back? What's the situation? Beaten back? Blocked halfway by the demonized creatures. I don't think so. Emerald shook her head with a strange expression. They were driven back by the human compatriots in that area. Everyone was speechless. Well, things were starting to change again. When they heard this, they could almost guess the situation. Even if a series of crackling things happened next, they wouldn't be surprised. That's what they mean by driven back, right? See, you tilted her head. You mean that area, isn't very peaceful? While fighting against the demonized creatures, the human compatriots still have the spare energy to fight among themselves. Emerald's pretty face trembled. She turned her head with a subtle expression. I don't want to talk about this. I don't know what kind of mentality I should have when talking about this, especially in front of the Guardian of Will. I don't want to talk about it, but it seems to be the case. Hearing her subtle words, Yun Nuashing was also a little puzzled. Why did you suddenly mention me? No. Why did you suddenly mention the Guardian of Will? It seems like you have some scruples. I don't know much about this title. Can you tell me more about it? Emerald mumbled for a while. She nervously pulled her ponytail and whispered, The Guardian of Will. It's the Guardian of Will. Well, I don't know how to say it, but if you need help with anything, no matter which big temple or main temple you go to, you can get unreserved help. Well, that's what it means. Yun Nuashing took a few deep breaths. She was confused. Faith? It's not that. It's just, you can think of it as a long, long time ago. It's still a habit, a rule. You can call it a tradition. Emerald twisted her hands together and swayed her body from side to side. Her ponytail also swayed. Looking at her awkward appearance, everyone felt uncomfortable. It's strange, isn't it? After so many generations, there are still some things that have been preserved. Even we don't know why. In short, it's a habit. It's a rule that needs to be followed unconditionally. Although it seemed like she said something, it also felt like she didn't say anything. In short, they knew that it was a very difficult tradition to preserve after so many generations. Although the Guardian of the Will seemed to have not appeared for a long time, it was not easy to still remember this rule. Although they didn't know why assisting the Guardian of the Will became a common rule. There must be a reason for it to be kept. It was just like going to someone else's house and seeing some very strange rules and reminders, even strange to the point of being unimaginable. In fact, it might be a lesson learned with a painful price, so they shouldn't ignore it. Anyway, there was always a reason for things to exist. For the time being, they didn't know what the reason was, but it didn't matter. They could try to understand it, as long as they figured it out. We don't know what happened at the beginning, but only this sentence has been regarded as a rule, and a rule that must be obeyed. All the members of the Great Temple and the main temple must abide by it. Maybe even you don't know why, but maybe you will understand in the future. Emerald stopped swaying. Her tone became serious and serious. We only need to follow this rule. Hui suddenly said, Will the people fighting in the north abide by this rule and regulation? Emerald's face stiffened. Cold sweat appeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was very embarrassing. Emerald couldn't answer. It seemed that she didn't know how free the people in that area were. This also reminded them that if necessary they could do something. That side. I only heard the report. Anyway, it said that the situation is not good. I don't know if they will abide by the agreement. Well, can we not talk about that side? I feel very worried. Looking at the girl who was talking about that side, Yun Nuashing felt helpless and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There's nothing to hide. Anyway, we are used to this kind of thing. You don't have to feel uncomfortable. We are more used to this kind of thing than you think. Of course, I also hate it and feel very helpless. Emerald stuck out her tongue and finally felt more natural. If you want to go to Glow, you can set off from the port in the west. I have already sent someone to remind the people at the port there. As for the guards and the like, she paused again. Her eyes swept across Feng Ling and the others. Her expression was subtle. I think you don't need guards, so I don't intend to arrange any. Hey, it's okay. We can kill our way there. Don't worry. Hui grinned and waved his hand. When we brought you back, we charged all the way through the Chaos Demon Wilderness. That's true. Emerald nodded. She suddenly stood up straight and bowed to them. Then I wish you all the best here. We still have to deal with a lot of messy things here. We may not be able to go to other places to explore in a short time, so we won't accompany you. Okay, then we will go on our own. See you again in the future. Hui nodded. Just as he turned around, he turned back like the wind. Hey! You have to be careful when you dig 3 feet into the ground. Don't make any big movements. We may not be able to come back in time to clean up the mess. Emerald smiled bitterly. I know, I will be careful. You guys are the ones who should be careful. Don't make too much noise so that we can hear your news from here, especially the news mixed with the explosion. Everyone. It seemed like this lass had already figured out the main movements of their group in a relatively short period of time. After leaping out of the western port of the High Tower, they entered the next journey. What was ahead was still unknown. Or rather, there were still many things in this world that were a question mark to them. It was not so easy to brush away the fog one by one and figure out the essence of these things. Yun Nuashing looked at Hui, who was standing at the bow of the ship with his left hand on his waist and his right hand pointing to the front as if he was leading the charge. After thinking for a while, she decided not to pay attention to someone who was posing like a statue. She turned her head and looked at Lu Xiaoqiu, who was looking at the energy map. I thought you would stay there. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoqiu moved her attention away from the map and shrugged at him. Although it is the capital of God, there is also a main hall. I can also stay there directly, but I am not familiar with the place. It is boring to be familiar with you guys. Moreover, even if I want to go back, I have to wait for you to send me back. Emerald and the others are busy now. They don't have time to arrange for someone to send me back. Also, the risk will be much smaller if I follow you guys. She put on the familiar smile again, but this time it was not as perfunctory as before. She blinked her eyes at him. You will be responsible for sending me back, right? Actually, we usually don't turn back. Yun Nuashing mumbled, subconsciously. Seeing this girl's expression stiffen, he hurriedly said, Of course, that's usually. Since you followed us, we'll definitely send you back. But we might have to wait until we're done with some trivial matters before we send you back. However, if you're in a hurry and really want to go back, why don't we send you back now? After all, you have experienced it yourself. Traveling with us often leads to accidents. I am fine. I am not in a hurry to go back. I have also adapted to the things on the road. It is quite interesting to travel with you guys. The gray-haired girl stopped smiling and sighed subtly. It would be better if there were fewer accidents. This time, before leaving the capital of God, I brought some stomach medicine. I hope there will not be a time when I need to use it. Yun Nuashing laughed dryly. You are following the number 1 Void Force and the number 1 Void Prophet Emperor. Do you think there won't be any accidents? Is that possible? You have already rushed into the center of the vortex. Chapter 2000. The sky was clear and there were no clouds for thousands of miles. At the end of the blue canopy, faint traces of green energy and some faint fog-like things could be seen. Those were things that existed on the zenith, that was so far away that he did not know how far away it was. They were vapors floating on the lid of this caged world. It was easy to notice the difference when compared to an ordinary world. For example, he could not see the stars in the planetary system even if he stared until his eyeballs were about to pop out. That was because those were just textures hanging high in the sky, and there was no such thing as a real planetary system. This world was pieced together by a series of simple rules and concepts to form complex environmental conditions, and this layer of textures was one of them. Oh, there was also a prefix, surface environment. In fact, there were more things that were operating quietly in the dark. Those were things that were more important and more deadly, the big environment that truly dominated this world in the dark. These were directly related to the concept of rules. For example, the series of things that they were doing now had a high probability of being close to the roots of the world. A little carelessness would either cause the world to collapse or create something inexplicable. But that was already a basic operation for them. Whatever they did on the concept of rules, there were many things that caused the entire world to repeatedly jump on the edge of death. Of course, in the end, they still followed their usual pattern of doing things. Thrilling, stormy, stable as a rock, calm as the wind and waves. When it was over, apart from scaring everyone and tormenting them to death, there was basically no real damage. That was the situation a long time ago. Anything that happened now would be pulled to the highest level. That's right, those two things. And if it involved the origin of the world or the chaos, it was basically impossible to protect everyone without getting hurt. When that time came, it would be like a clay bodhisattva crossing a river, unable to even protect himself. Even if he could come back from the dead, there was no way he could control everyone. Everyone could only do their best and leave everything to fate. As for what happened afterwards, he would either be in trouble or dead by then. Even if they wanted to find him, they could only talk to him who had turned into a ball, and he could not hear them at all. So why did he suddenly bring up such a tragic matter? This he also did not know. It was just a sudden feeling. Perhaps it was because he felt that the first thing that happened in the void was about to happen, or perhaps it was because his temples were throbbing and his right eyelid was fighting with his eyeball. These two things were causing him to be a little nervous. What are you looking at? Golden energy particles that were like afterglow suddenly floated in the air around him. A pair of pure white wings came into his line of sight and gently swayed in front of his eyes, causing him to turn his attention slightly. He moved his neck that was already stiff from looking up. When he looked down, he saw the little angel sitting on the side of the ship. She habitually waved her wings and wrapped him up. Her golden eyes were filled with curiosity as she looked at him. Yun Nuashing gently stroked her wings and pointed to the sky with her eyes, looking at the lid of this world, trying to find something unintentionally or deliberately placed in a corner where no one would notice. The little angel tilted her head, blinked her golden eyes, and asked for the follow-up. He sighed softly. For the time being, I saw something, but I can't identify what it is. It looks like a layer of cloud on top of the steamer. I haven't found anything yet. For the time being, I can only ignore it. Oh, she tilted her body and leaned her head on his chest. He smiled faintly. Why did you suddenly come here? I suddenly wanted to come here. She pursed her lips. Let's have a quiet rest. It's been too noisy these days. Yun Nuashing thought so too. He thought for a moment and sat down beside her on the side of the ship. He put his arm around her waist and held her hand gently with his other hand. He tilted his head and leaned against her. This atmosphere, it's quiet and comfortable. But even without thinking, he knew that this atmosphere would only appear occasionally. It's hard to say when it will appear, and it's also hard to say when it will disappear. Looking at his big family gathering together, it's likely that Siyu will come in less than 2 minutes. Of course, we might also come to tease him, because there was never a lack of liveliness when everyone gathered together. The inadvertent silence would be quickly broken. He had gotten used to it. Well, it didn't matter. The occasional 1 or 2 minutes of silence were quite precious. Now he just had to wait for time to pass slowly. When he was alone with them, there was a high chance that his mood would calm down. He couldn't explain why, but he also liked this kind of quiet moment. He didn't have to think about anything. Time would pass slowly, just like the carefree days in the realm of the gods. Under the high blue sky, as the ship swayed across the sky, the wind that broke the rules would occasionally crash into the airship and blow their long hair. It was peaceful and comfortable, as if it could last forever. Peace. When will we usher in true peace? Can we not care about that now? Just let this atmosphere be maintained for a while. Just a while. Phone! Phone! When Yun Nuashing heard Huey's call in a daze, she was slightly startled and came back to her senses. When she opened her eyes, she saw that the airship had already broken free of the rules and was moving forward rapidly. She didn't know when, but the airship had stopped moving. She focused her gaze for a while and saw Hui standing beside her, holding her shoulders and gently shaking her a few times. Behind him were Siyu and Blue Phoenix, who were carefully stretching their necks to look around. "You're awake." We saw her open her eyes and smiled. "We've arrived at our destination. We've arrived at the capital of God in the radiant light zone." Yun Nuoxing's eyes widened, and her pupils shrank slightly. "So fast? How long has it been?" Hui laughed helplessly and used his eyes to point at the little angel, who was still leaning on him and sleeping soundly. He whispered. Yu sat next to her and relaxed and fell asleep. "You don't even know it yourself. For days have already passed. If you tell me that you're lying to me, I'll forget about it. Unfortunately, you really did sleep for 4 days." Hui shrugged. "Blue Phoenix and the others sat next to you, but seeing that you didn't wake up at all." He coughed dryly and sighed helplessly. "Well, that's it." Yun Nuoxing opened his mouth to say something, but in the end he covered his mouth and yawned loudly. Everyone was stunned. He also had an embarrassed look on his face. "It's over. After sleeping for a while, I seem to be even more tired." Everyone sighed in their hearts. This was the manifestation of the tiredness hidden deep in the soul, inadvertently leaking out. He had endured the pressure of 5 eras without releasing it. It had been accumulating in his heart, so that his spirit and soul could withstand it. It didn't mean that it was gone. At this time, he could only go back to the factory for a major repair. But a trip back to the factory would be many years. What? The 20 years of lying down after tormenting the source law? Although he had been lying down for 20 years, he was dealing with the concept-level wounds. The two offset each other and did not change at all. He had just used 20 years of lying on the floor in exchange for the source law. His soul was still as weak as it was when he woke up. 20 years was just to offset the price of tormenting the source law. There were still 5 eras before. It was not like they would go to the sanctum of origin or the sanctum of creation from time to hang themselves up for a while. It did not matter whether they had broken through or not. The main thing was that they gave themselves a major repair, and their soul would be refreshed. It was not like he was a fragile physical body. He could sleep and pretend that nothing had happened. This guy's soul was already deformed from the pressure. Look at him now. He kept yawning after waking up. It made them want to yawn as well. Yun Nuoxing rubbed her eyes and subconsciously wanted to yawn again. She immediately raised her hand and slapped herself. "Slap." "Yes, I'm awake." Everyone was speechless. "No, no." He skillfully shifted the little angel, who had not yet woken up, so that she could wrap her arms around his neck. Then he folded her wings around his body and wrapped the two of them together. After making sure that the wrapping was flawless, that she did not float up, and that her long dress was not fluttering, then he nodded and looked at everyone. "Let's go." Huey's face twitched twice. Looking at his red cheeks, he said, "Do you want to wash your face and rest for a while?" "Let's go." Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes at him and took the lead to disembark from the ship and walk towards the port of the tower. They had already entered the city. The capital of God of Glow was not as lively as before. It was no wonder that he did not notice anything before he was shaken awake. As soon as he led the others down the ship, he suddenly turned his head. "So what are we going to do again?" Everyone said, "Do you want to rest for a while?" The only one who was confused was a guy who had been accumulating pressure for 5 eras. The more pressure he accumulated, the more he pushed himself to the brink of death. Although he had slapped himself in the face, the road ahead was still a little unsteady. This might be the reason why he never rested. He accidentally slept for a while and was so confused that he was about to float. But Hui squinted at Maple and whispered to Siyu in a low voice, "Didn't you guys drag him to sleep for a night a few days ago? Why didn't I see him so confused at that time?" Siyu thought seriously for a moment. Probably because Little Star fell asleep in a combat state that day, so he didn't really sleep. Hui understood in a second. Maple was dragged in with the mentality of defending his chastity to the death. The nature of the situation was different. It would be a miracle if he could sleep well. It might be better to say that he might be more tired after lying down for a night. TSK, to sum it up, this guy needed to inadvertently create a moment of rest. The conditions were too high. He remembered the few days when he was in the tertiary realm. After wandering in a daze for a while, Yun Nuoxing finally came back to her senses. Lu Xiaoqiu reminded her a few words and reminded her why they came to the capital of God of Radiance. They were looking for Mu Tsunyuan and the others. They wanted to hear if they had done anything in this area. Mu Tsunyuan and the others have set off for the large area in the north of Radiance. Based on their speed, they should have successfully crossed the Chaos Demon Wilderness yesterday. The manager of the main hall calmly told them this piece of news that made them a little dumbfounded. Catching them off guard, the manager took out a purifying magic stone and handed it to Yun Nuoxing. Mu Tsunyuan has already mentioned your matter to us. He said that if you came, he would give you this part of the information that he left behind in advance. They will wait for you at the marked location. Yun Nuoxing took the purifying magic stone in a daze. She glanced at it and threw it to Lu Xiaoqiu. She continued to ask the manager, did he say anything else? Did you find anything in the radiance? The manager shook his head gently. We mobilized all our forces and swept the entire radiance in the shortest time possible. Unfortunately, we didn't find anything similar to the nature of the center of the quiet wasteland in the report. Mu Tsunyuan also embarked on the journey to explore other areas. We felt that something was wrong. We should have arrived at the same time, right? How come you've already done everything? The manager glanced at them and said, if I'm not mistaken, your airship seems to be a standard civilian airship? Lu Xiaoqiu shrunk her neck and nodded. Because we borrowed it. We left the capital of God in a hurry and forgot to change it. Oh, Mu Tsunyuan and the others used a combat airship with speed specialization. Its speed is 13 times faster than your civilian airship. They had already returned here on the day they left the dark region. We also began to do various things on the same day. Oh, that makes sense. That sounds a little awkward. The manager waved at a temple warrior behind him. The latter nodded and disappeared like the wind. Half a minute later, he rushed back like the wind and handed something to the manager. The manager handed the thing that he had just touched to Yun Nuoxing. The latter took it and looked at it. It was a model of a ship made of purifying magic stone. He immediately understood. He nodded and handed it to Lu Xiaoqiu. He felt that he had already casually regarded the girl as the captain of their group. Thank you. Since they are not here, we have to hurry and catch up with them. I don't know why they suddenly left in such a hurry. The manager nodded. We will continue to explore things related to the wasteland fissure, not only in this large area, but also in other areas that have been explored and across the sea from the Chaos Wasteland. Hopefully, there will be a good result here. Then, I wish you a safe journey, Guardian of the Will. May your existence return the deviated orbit of the world to its normal position. Yun Nuoxing listened to him and looked at him meaningfully. He smiled faintly. Although I dare not directly guarantee anything, there are some things that we will not do. We will just watch. After hurriedly passing by the capital of God, the group once again galloped towards the north of the Radiant without stopping. When they left the capital of God, Yun Nuoxing had been watching the city. It was not until the airship began to accelerate and the space became blurry. Its figure was hidden in the chaotic space and could no longer be seen that he withdrew his gaze. Little star, what he said just now seemed to have some other meaning. Siyu asked curiously. Yun Nuoxing shrugged. Who knows? Maybe it does have some meaning, or maybe it doesn't. It's just like the words that are still being passed down. It's like the words that are said to the Guardian of the Will. There are many possibilities. It's not worthwhile to delve into it. They were still a little confused about this so-called Guardian of the Will. The only thing they were certain of was that he was definitely not the guardian of the will. That was a special product of this world. He was just an outsider who accidentally triggered some kind of judgment mechanism that existed in this world. Because of that, the life forms here were able to identify him as the guardian of the will. In short, he was not the original guardian of the will. He was just an imposter who accidentally stepped into a similar realm and caused everyone to misjudge him. However, from the level of the void, he should be able to do what the guardian of the will of this world could do. After all, this was just a strange and incomplete world. Their position in the void was higher than the life forms in this world. Unless something happened, there would not be any trouble that could hold them back. After changing to a new airship, their speed could be said to be as fast as lightning. Lu Xiaoqiu was a little excited about the new airship and could not help but speed it with all her might. Along the way, the demonized life forms basically crashed into them without even looking at them. Anyway, with the protection of the Radiant, it only took them a day and a half to cross the Chaos Demon Wilderness and arrive at another large area that was isolated from the world. The place they arrived at was at the intersection of plains and mountains that looked nothing out of the ordinary from a high altitude. Because it was a new area that was completely dark, they did not have an exact destination. First, they let Lu Xiaoqiu drift slowly towards the place designated by Mu Tsangyan. At the same time, they contacted Yi Qing and the others who had been wandering in this area for some time. Little Qingzi were already here. How's the situation here? Is there anything interesting? Oh, Lord Hui, this is really a bad time. There's definitely something going on, but it's not interesting. That bastard over there, I see you. Stop right there. Don't think I don't know that you just threw a brick at the back of my head. I'm going to press you into the void and take a shower. Shit you. Everyone. F***CK. What happened to make him so agitated? There was a series of clinking sounds that made one's heart tired. After listening for a while, they felt that there was no intention of stopping. Just as they were about to block the spiritual communication and let Yi Qing and the others fight for a while, the latter's panting voice immediately came through. Phew! I'm sorry, Lord Hui. There's a small matter here, but I'm backing out now. Hui smiled bitterly for a while. So what have you been doing here for the past few days? Why are you suddenly fighting with others? Yi Qing was silent for a while. Then he let out a long sigh. It's not that I fought with them. It's those bastards who dragged us into this. Damn those bastards. Everyone in this area is crazy. Everyone is sick. Definitely sick. Must be seriously sick. Can you imagine that when they're fighting among themselves, they'll actually borrow the power of the demonized life forms to attack other people's lairs? Oh my God, this battlefield. I think that once a torrent of energy blasts down, there won't be a single accidental casualty. Everyone was speechless. With just one sentence, they knew how crazy this was. This was equivalent to a bunch of chaos spawns who didn't look too smart rushing into a domestic violence incident in the world of order. They were immediately swept into the storm and used as tools for internal strife. Without a brain thrombosis from 10 eras, they probably wouldn't be able to do something like this. The situation here might be more serious, because the accumulated power of the demonized life forms here was enough to cause the phenomenon of a generation gap. As far as they knew, it had happened a few times in history. In other words, it was about a group of order life forms wandering into the void of chaos and being surrounded by chaos life forms while they were busy fighting among themselves. It was obvious that they did not want to live anymore. They just did not know what to say. Just hearing about this situation made them feel very tired. Ah, by the way, Lord Hui, we saw that group of people who came in with you. There are quite a lot of them. There's a few thousand here and there. I don't know if they're all here. Yun Nuashing and Hui looked at each other and widened their eyes. They had almost forgotten about that group of people. They did not expect to see them here. Yi Qing's side was filled with clanging sounds. Even though he had retreated from the battlefield, he was probably still on the battlefield looking at the countless bursts of energy. After a while, he suddenly sighed faintly. I thought I had seen everything in my life. Well, I've seen everything related to the origin of things, and I also know about the concept body of chaos. I'm already used to those traitors from the underworld joining the chaos and rushing at us. But, there are still many things worth exploring in this life. I've never seen such a scene before. Well, this was just like how they could not imagine the scene of order life forms dragging chaos spawns into an internal conflict. They thought that the situation I Ching was seeing now was probably similar to this. In short, they let I Ching continue to be involved in the chaotic whirlpool over there. They had to first figure out what was going on in this godforsaken place, and what was the basis for all these things. It was just that they could not understand. After arriving at the location marked by Mu Tsangyuan, Lu Xiaoqiu spread out the energy of the airship. Not long after, a figure quickly flew up from the forest below. Before the person arrived, he hurriedly said, "Quickly put away the airship and hide." The person who came was naturally Mu Tsangyuan, who had worked together with them before. At this moment, his face was full of nervousness and a little sneaky, as if he was a thief. When they saw him, they were startled. Before they could ask anything, the group hurriedly jumped off the airship, put away the airship, and followed him into the dense forest below. Then they hid their auras. Perhaps it was because he was too nervous, Yun Nuashing Hui, and the group took turns to set up hundreds of layers of energy barriers, shielding, defensive, counterattacking. In short, no matter what happened, it was always right to put on a layer of shields first. Although it's a little urgent, it's not to the extent of, "Sure." Mu Tsangyuan laughed dryly when he saw what they were doing, but his expression immediately changed and he waved his hand to silence them. Seeing that, everyone covered their mouths and held their breaths. Suddenly, a large swarm of shadows appeared in the empty sky as various airships of various sizes appeared here. They were all airships that they had seen before, but they looked slightly different. Perhaps they had been modified and adjusted. After a careful count, there were more than 100 airships here and there. Apart from those airships, there are also 1,000 or 2,000 dazzling white silhouettes flying around in all directions. They were constantly emitting energy waves that landed in the forest and rapidly spread into the distance. They had only seen the light chasers once, during the battle at Abysmal Moon City. They believed that they were an effective and convenient force for humans to use against demonized life forms. As they were a type of energy derivative, it was not difficult to create them as long as there was the method and the energy. Having them in the battle against demonized life forms would greatly reduce the loss of living forces and also greatly increase their own forces. In short, it was a good thing. They just didn't know why this fleet had suddenly appeared here. They had just arrived, and this fleet had arrived right after them. Then, they immediately launched a carpet search. It would be unreasonable to say that there was no connection between the two. Yun Nuashing's face suddenly twitched. She quickly stood up and dragged Mu Tsangyuan into the depths of the forest. Energy gathering. "Let's go, they're about to fire." "Hey, if we move now." Mu Tsangyuan was shocked, but before he could finish, he was dragged away by Hui. It's fine. We were just cooperating with you to hide. Actually, look at the hundreds of layers of barriers. They won't be able to find us even if we were standing here. It's just that we saw that they were gathering energy and were about to attack, so we quickly left. We don't want to dirty our clothes." Mu Tsangyuan was stunned. Less than a minute after they left the forest unhurriedly, the fleet suddenly unleashed a series of shockingly powerful energy attacks on the forest below them. The saturated energy bombardment covered the land like raindrops, instantly destroying countless trees below and blasting a huge crater tens of thousands of miles across. The energy bombardment lasted for almost 5 minutes before it stopped. They thought that it was 5 minutes of low-quality fireworks. Then, the fleet that had suddenly arrived suddenly left. They felt baffled from beginning to end. They came out for no reason, vented their anger for no reason, and then left for no reason. Speaking of which, They bombarded us without saying anything. We should take it as a declaration of war, right? Ning Fei could not help but say, in theory, it shouldn't be a problem for us to wipe them all out with the energy torrent just now. Yeah, that's true. Yin Nuashing shrugged and let out a long sigh. He had been holding back his anger ever since he knew that something bad was about to happen in this region. Now was the time to let it out. But there's no rush. Let's first figure out what's going on in this region. There will always be a chance to fight. Chapter 2001. The forest that had been inexplicably set ablaze was set ablaze, and it began to spread in all directions. Billowing smoke began to rise into the sky, and the forest began to be filled with an unpleasant smell. The group of fellows who had suddenly appeared and set fire to the forest, and then left suddenly, seemed to have suddenly seen a walking, third-class merit officer. They immediately charged forward to look for trouble, but when they arrived at their destination, they did not even see a ghost. They could only vent their anger and leave while cursing. Looking at how they did not clean up after venting their anger, it was obvious that these fellows did not usually pay attention to greenery. They did not know how to extinguish the fire before leaving, and even needed their help to extinguish the fire. After casually restraining the spreading energy shock waves and suppressing the forest fire, the group waited for a while. The fleet did not seem to have any intention of coming back and did not appear again, so they followed Mu Tsungyuan and flew into the depths of the forest. After jumping and shuttling through the mountains for a long time, they stopped halfway up a small mountain. This place was remote and had natural obstacles. It was also a place where the energy flow was relatively fast, so it was easy to clean up the traces. The concealment was very good, but this did not prevent them from adding a lot of barriers on top of the existing energy barriers. It was just a habit. Inside the barrier was a small camp that was casually set up. Mu Tsungyuan's group of friends were all here. They looked fine, but their expressions were a little depressed and resentful. Mu Tsungyuan's return made his group of friends come back to their senses and look up. When they saw the group of people who had acted together before slowly walking in, their spirits lifted a little. Lon Lon had just stood up to greet Mu Tsungyuan, but when she turned her head and saw Feng Ling, her pretty face turned pale with fright. When the latter saw her big reaction, she cried out in her heart. She had not been able to suppress the annihilation energy for the past few days. She quickly suppressed the annihilation energy that was running around in her body and packed it away. She hurriedly said, "Don't vomit. Don't vomit. I'm holding it down. I'm really holding it down. You'll be fine if you look at it again." Lan Lan's expression instantly returned to normal. She stuck out her tongue and felt a little embarrassed. When the two groups saw this, they did not know whether to laugh or cry. Although they had seen it once before, they still did not know what kind of expression to show when they saw it again. Hui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He patted Feng's shoulder and said, "I don't think you and this girl are compatible." Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes at him. "There are so many people who are incompatible with me in this world. Or rather, there aren't many people who are compatible with me. However, I've never seen anyone who is incompatible with me to the point of being able to recognize me just by looking at me." Hui patted him on the shoulder again and skipped the topic. He looked at Mu Tsungyuan and the others who had pulled out tables and chairs for them. "So, why are you hiding in such a desolate place? Aren't you here to investigate this area?" At the mention of this matter, Mu Tsungyuan and the others looked a little worried. Even their actions of retrieving things slowed down. There was no need to think about it. They must have encountered a few bad things. Speaking of which, I really don't know how to put it. The 7-foot-tall young man in their team covered his face with his hands and sighed deeply. The complexity of this place is far beyond our imagination. Even though I already felt that it was very complicated when I came here 15 years ago, I didn't expect that after 15 years it would be even more complicated. We already have a rough idea of the situation. After settling the group of girls on the table, Yun Nuashing crossed her arms and leaned against the air. You're talking about a few bad things between the demonized creatures and the human race, right? But what do you mean by even more complicated? Mu Tsunyuan scratched his head. That's because a group of people with powerful, combined powers suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Their personal strength is nothing to be afraid of, as they're all at reciprocity. But the strange, combined powers they use can strengthen several hundred or even thousands of primeval immortals. Because of this group of 20,000 people, the already chaotic region has become even more chaotic. Yun Nuashing and the others were speechless. If they guessed correctly, they should know what was going on with these 20,000 people. However, it was really hard to say. Once they said it, the topic would be endless. So it was fine as long as they knew what was going on. They didn't expect that they would end up in this place. Moreover, it seemed that they had already gathered and couldn't wait to start a war here, dragging this area into it. However, the unique powers of the three sides of the primordial realm were actually able to increase the strength of the primordial realm through reciprocity. It seemed that their nature was quite advanced. They had only roughly looked at it before and hadn't completely analyzed it. Therefore, they didn't know about this matter. In short, a group of inexplicable people got involved here. They're like shit stirrers, making the already messy place even messier, Hui said with a nod. It's not a group of people. Mu Tsunyuan shook his head with a serious expression. It's two sides. They seem to be opposing each other. Two sides? Aren't there three sides? Forget it. They didn't care about that for the time being. In short, they knew this. However, they could only cooperate and pretend to be speechless. Hui thought for a moment and said, "Tell us about this place in detail. We were all very confused when we first arrived, especially when we heard this strange internal strife." Mu Tsunyuan nodded and took a deep breath. He seemed to be deliberating over his words. After a while, he slowly said, "But I don't know where to start." Everyone was speechless. That's true. This place was already so chaotic that even they could only find a corner to hide in. After the matter was over, they would decide what to do next. It was probably a problem whether they could obtain any information or not. Well, I'll give you a rough explanation. Mu Tsunyuan laughed dryly for a while. He took out a demon cleansing stone and placed it on the table. A map of this large area appeared in the space in front of him. He slowly explained the information they had obtained when they were chased out 15 years ago and when they came in this time. This large area is more than 10 times larger than the place we are in. It is still an area surrounded by the Chaos Devil Wilderness. They have eroded and spread into this area from all directions. Some flow like rivers, while others stop and become lakes. In terms of the proportion of the area, 30% of this area should have been eroded by the Chaos Devil Wilderness. However, the isolation of the area is not serious. The Chaos Devil Wilderness has spread in from many directions, and it has not closed off the border. It has not isolated any area and turned it into an island in the sea. Mu Tsunyuan paused for a moment, then pointed to the south end of the map that was neither round nor flat. Our current location is in the south of this large area. The south and west are a large group of chaotic areas that fight for themselves. The vast land is dotted with countless organizations and forces. There is no unity. Just taking 2 steps out of the door might accidentally cross several territories. The division of the region even includes the area that the Chaos Devil Wilderness has spread into. As for the north, it is the largest area in this large area. Although it is also called the northern region, it actually has its own name, Twilight. You can see the actual area it occupies. Most of the northern area extends to the west, occupying 1/3 of the territory that should be the western region. There are rumors that they have even placed a city in the Chaos Devil Wilderness. The latter part sounded horrifying. Putting aside whether there were great demons and demonized life forms in the Chaos Devil Wilderness, the main reason it was plucked out was because the environment there was another kind of energy, demonized energy. It was not an energy that ordinary life forms could casually come into contact with. Those who rashly came into contact with it had already disappeared at the other end of the wasteland crevice. Ahem, even if they had a way to purify it, but living next to the mouth of an active volcano and seeing the crimson magma below every day and spreading poisonous gases into the air, after living in such an environment for a long time. Even if they did not burn to death on the spot, they would be poisoned to death, right? Ah, that's what it meant. Even if the people living there would not be demonized by the demonized energy, it was not a good thing for ordinary people to be exposed to negative energy for a long time. After all, it was also a matter on the level of order. Being exposed to energies that were different from their own order for a long time. Except for higher life forms with corresponding protection, all life forms of other levels would not be able to withstand it, and the end result would be either madness or stupidity. It was the same logic as them being exposed to chaos energy for a long time. Even Maple was backstabbed by the chaos concept body once, let alone others. Twilight in the north occupies the largest territory. They are currently at war with the eastern region to the north, where we are. This is the largest region apart from Twilight, and the territories of both sides are bordering on the north. There are also many territories of various sizes on the border above. They are probably living in an abyss of suffering every day on the line of war between the two behemoths. It seems that because there is no need to deal with them, neither side has the intention to take them down and conveniently use it as a buffer zone. We pointed to the west, the middle part, and a large expanse of land in the south. What about these places? Are they not involved in the conflict between the two behemoths? Oh, the rest of the territories are just bystanders. Everyone was speechless. Ahem, just kidding. Mu Tsunyuan laughed and said, "At present, the biggest impact is the battle between Twilight in the north and the eastern region in the east. The two of them together occupy about 60% of the territory, and the remaining 40% is the same as the south where we are. A lot of regions, organizations, and forces are fighting for their own sake. When they are free, they are fighting against demonized life forms, and when they are not free, they are fighting each other. When they temporarily stop fighting and make peace, it is because they see that the battle between the north and the east has expanded and the movement of the battlefield is too big. So they quickly stop fighting, reorganize their troops, and then sit in a row and wait for them to finish fighting before continuing to fight." Everyone was speechless. This was very wise to protect oneself. There are not many restrictions in these places. It has always been like this. Mu Tsunyuan sighed and rubbed his forehead, looking like he had a headache. We knew that it was almost time for the main event, and his spirits were lifted. Has there been any change? Well, the northern region has recently decided to intervene in the remaining uninvolved territories. Countless territories, large and small, have been annexed. The fleet we saw just now is also from the northern region. They have imposed a blockade on a relatively large area of this area. You can say that they are forcing people to take sides. Those who comply are fine, but those who dare to resist, well, as far as we know, don't have any good endings. After the blockade order was issued, many people were either forced or voluntarily joined the northern region, and some took advantage of the fact that the blockade order was not perfected to join the eastern region. However, this is only in the early stages. Later on, when the blockade is perfected, this kind of thing will no longer happen. However, there are still some who have not taken sides and intend to watch. They are being madly targeted and pressured by the northern region. If they really wanted to fight, it would only take a while. Well, it was hard to say. Other than the two regions, there were still 40% of the territories. There were too many people and too many eyes. It would take a lot of effort to clean them up. Moreover, since they were talking about territories, there were so many troublesome things to deal with. Just conquering them was not enough. They still had to manage them. If they did not manage them well, there would be fires and uprisings in the backyard every day when they were fighting in the front. It would be so annoying. The blockade order is now in place. No one is allowed to enter or leave this area. In fact, you were already noticed when you first appeared. The The people who rushed over were the ones who imposed the blockade. It doesn't look like much. Hui scratched his cheek. They came quickly, but they couldn't even find us, standing right under their noses. They even had to use a saturation bombing to clear the area. Aren't they too unprepared? It's better to say that they didn't prepare at all. They just opened the door and looked at us with their eyes. Mu Sanyuan and the others smiled bitterly. It was not that they were useless, but that they were slightly abnormal. Normal people would not be able to withstand this kind of thing. Yun Nuashing pondered for a while. Are the two regions carrying out the blockade at the same time, or? The northern region is the one carrying out the blockade order. The eastern region doesn't have the time to do such a thing. They have to use all their strength just to deal with the northern region's attack. They can't do anything else. Mu Sanyuan tapped his arm and sighed. The northern region is only able to occupy so many territories because they are especially strong. In this large region, the strength of a territory can be measured by the size of its territory. Countless large and small territories change, and countless forces rise. Rise and decline happen every day. However, only the northern and eastern regions remain unchanged. It is said that this has been going on for many years. In recent years, the eastern region has also begun to decline, which gave the northern region the opportunity to attack. Okay. Yun Nuashing slowly stood up and ended the conversation with little Qingzi through their souls. She nodded and said to everyone, "Let's go to the eastern region." Everyone, huh? Our people are over there. Little Qingzi is also there. Oh, not that little Qingzi. I mean Shu Qing and the others. I heard from I Qing that they have gathered everyone while we were causing trouble. It took them a lot of effort. Yun Nuashing said. Hui stood up and patted his pants. Then let's go. We'll go to the eastern region. But there is still the blockade order. Mu Sanyuan hurriedly said. It is difficult for ordinary people to pass through the blockade, let alone go to the eastern region. They will be stopped before they can even pass through the gate. Hui raised his eyebrows. Difficult? Does that mean there is still a chance? There is indeed a way. Mu Sanyuan smiled bitterly. He patted his head and said in a helpless voice, either you choose to join the northern region, or you hand over a troublesome magic crystal or magic cleansing stone. I calculated the amount that we have to hand over. It will probably take us 2 or 3 years in the Chaos Demon Wilderness to save up. Oh, and with you guys it will double. TSK, let's go and see the situation first. Hui waved his hand and took the lead to walk out without a care. The rules should be followed when it is necessary. Mu Sanyuan was stunned. These words were strange. He felt that they were not words that they would say. Yun Nuashing saw the strange expression on the young man's face and translated for him. It means that if we follow their rules, they will also have to follow ours. Our rules are very simple. We don't expect anyone to help us. As long as they don't cause trouble, don't hinder us, and don't block our way, it will be fine. The things we want to do will rarely involve others. Even if it does, we will find a way to bypass it or try not to affect others. With this as the premise, if there is still someone blocking our way, Hui held the back of his head with both hands and turned to them with a bright smile. Then we don't intend to follow the rules. Mu Sanyuan smiled bitterly for a while. But even if we don't follow the rules, the northern region is much stronger than we thought. I did a little calculation. Even if we combine all the forces of the 4 regions, we are still no match for them. TSK, don't worry. We came prepared. You have seen our fighting strength in the quiet wasteland last time, and that is only a part of what you know. Well, a part, probably not more than 1 in a million or 1 in tens of millions. Hui shook his head and pointed at Feng with his chin. By the way, in this 1 in a million, all of us add up to that 1. The rest of the numbers belong to this guy. Yun Nuashing was very excited when she was pointed out. She rolled up her sleeves and immediately said, What? Do you mean you want me to make a move? You want me to make a move. Now. Right here? Everyone was shocked. You are not allowed to make a move. You can't make a move first. Do you want to tear down this world? TSK, Mu, Sun Yuan, and the others. They were suddenly very curious about the nature of the forbidden Fengling that made them so vigilant. But when they thought about his identity as the guardian of the will, it didn't seem like they couldn't understand. Hui wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly turned to look at them. I'll go with you. If you see Fengling about to make a move, don't care about anything. Don't look at anything. Just turn around and run. Run as hard as you can. Run as far as you can. Never. Don't stop on the way. Why do I feel like you're talking about him as if he's a natural disaster? Everyone nodded vigorously. It's not like he's a calamity and a void-level calamity at that. That's a calamity that can easily tear down the void. A bunch of inexperienced brats. You better pray that you don't see the scene of him sweeping the entire world with a buzz, or else it will leave a very scary psychological shadow. Quite a number of people at the front line have been beaten into psychopaths by his 3 styles, and now they can scream and show a satisfied expression when the 3 styles of nothingness explodes. Every one of them is sick and far from the norm. There was originally a small city in the blockade area leading to the eastern region, but after the blockade order was issued, this place was the first to be completely sealed off and occupied by the forces of the northern region. Now it was just a checkpoint. What was the purpose of setting up this place? God knows. Maybe they were fishing. They clearly didn't allow anyone to join the eastern region. So sealing off this area was used to weaken and restrict the forces of the eastern region. Why not just station a fleet here and directly prohibit everyone from approaching? Otherwise, it would be treated as an act of hostility or something. Yes, why? Hui nodded with his arms crossed. Because they're fishing. They don't use force. They even leave a path for you. There's no need to say what kind of people would choose to go to the eastern region at this time. Yes, they don't need to listen to others. They just need to think that anyone who passes through here is from the eastern region, and treat everyone who passes as enemies, and that's it. With the troublesome, purifying magic stones and magic crystals that you mentioned, I can even come up with a plan to plunder everyone clean, let them pass, and quietly kill them. If even someone like me, who doesn't use my brain, could think of it, do you think they could? Mu Sun Yuan was dumbfounded. Isn't that too sinister? That's nothing. We've seen even more treacherous people. They can trick others into betraying you. Yet you still have to support them. They even want you to treat them as your only faith and spiritual pillar, working your life and sacrificing your soul for them. The 7-foot-tall lad's eyes bulged. That's not fun. But what happened to them after that? After that, Hui thought for a moment and pointed at Feng with his thumb. He slapped them all into the ground. They couldn't even dig them out. That's called tragic. Yun Nuashing was a little stunned when he heard that because he couldn't figure it out even after thinking for a long time. Then he thought carefully and said, "Oh, at that time, you said you couldn't handle it or something. Then you suddenly asked me to clean up a place and didn't let anyone go. Was it that time?" Yes. Actually, there were a few people who were quite powerful at that time. Didn't you notice? I didn't notice at all. It's just a slap. Everyone. These 2 really. One dared to ask for help, and the other dared to attack. The one who attacked didn't care about anything and just slapped them into the ground. Damn. Pass was now a ladder-shaped city. Well, according to its scale, it might be better to call it a small town or a small village. After all, it was a narrow and long city with a length of 30 to 40,000 miles and a width of less than 10,000 miles. As for the fleet mentioned just now, there was indeed a fleet here. Tens of thousands of airships were hovering in the sky above this small city. They looked the same as the airships they had seen before. They came in all sizes except for the small details on the edges and corners. Then there were branded, a mark that looked like half an apple wrapped in a leaf at first glance. There seemed to be no problem going in and out of the small city. There wasn't even a guard at the gate. They just wandered in casually. It wasn't until they reached the streets that they saw many warriors from the northern region standing guard or patrolling. Their uniform was no longer the familiar uniform of the warriors of the great temple. Instead, it was a set of leather armor. Well, it was brown, gray, or black. It was a leather armor made of 3 colors. It looked like leather armor, but in fact it should be made of magic crystals. Their leather armor still has remnants of demonic energy. We looked at those warriors who were either holding spears in their hands or had weapons hanging on their waists or on their backs. Looking at their attire, he couldn't help but be startled. He whispered, "Are they made directly from magic crystals and not purified? Can they do such a thing?" This seems to be possible in theory. Mu Tsunyuan frowned slightly. But if they don't control or purify the demonic energy in the magic crystals before using them, it is easy to be eroded by the demonic energy. It is also difficult to control the energy. That proves that they can control the energy, Yun Nuashing said without thinking. Since there is something in this region that can make the demonic life forms fight on the battlefield, it is not surprising that it has something to do with the demonic life forms. If you say that they have a way to control the demonic life forms, I would believe it. There were many warriors guarding the streets, and a large group of airships hovering in the sky. The defense here could be said to be tight. As for this small city at the border, they could see that it was a place for business. It was also a hub connected by several main roads that could lead to the eastern region and the northern region. It was just that its location was closer to the eastern region. Originally, these neutral places had exchanges with the 2 regions. Now that the situation between the 2 regions had suddenly deteriorated and the 2 regions were locked in a fierce battle, these places were controlled and used as border crossings. The battle between the upper echelons had little to do with the ordinary people for the time being. They still had to live their lives, so these places couldn't be sealed off just like that. The sealing was just to create as much trouble for the enemy as possible. It would prevent people from going to the eastern region, and also prevent people from the eastern region who might be in the sealed area from going back to help. Unless the battle had already evolved into a destructive one, at that time, no one would care about anything and no longer care about the territory. They would just blow everything up regardless of the situation. At that time, there would naturally be no such border crossings. Chapter 2002. The small city was built along the long slanted stairs and slopes. The buildings seemed to extend from both sides of the long slope. The slope and stairs were the main body. Since the slope was not very steep, there were also buildings built along the slope without the need for platforms. Some buildings were built using purifying magic stones or some kind of energy crystal to support a triangular platform, or simply placed there without any support. The front of the building was in a slanted state, and the entrance was also slanted. Looking at the slanted building, he could not help but feel that if he slept in the house at night, when he woke up he would be surrounded by people at the bottom of the slope of the small city, wrapped in a quilt and pointed at him. However, there weren't many of these slanted buildings. Most of them were located on the streets that divided the slope into several streets. Most of the buildings were built on terraces that were separated by dozens of steps. Although there were a lot of soldiers on Fleet Street, the atmosphere here was only slightly tense. It wasn't to the point of panic yet. As mentioned earlier, most of the people here were ordinary people. The peddlers continued to set up their stalls, and the merchants continued to do their business. For them, the only thing they couldn't go to the eastern region. Compared to the choice of going north or east in the past, they had one less option to go east. However, they still had to live their lives. Oh, look at this heavily guarded pass. There is no blind spot in the surveillance. As they walked up the slope, we bought a bunch of skewers from a stall. He patted Maple on the shoulder and stuffed the skewers into his mouth when Maple was not paying attention. "What are you going to do now?" Do you want to go head on? Or do you want to sneak in? Or, Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. He took a bite of the skewer and passed it to Siyu. Let's take a look first. It's a good thing if we can get there safely. He looked around. They had only walked for a short distance, but he felt like he had been scanned by hundreds of eyes several times. Most of the surveillance was hidden very well. They kept scanning them, probably because there were too many of them. Walking in a row on the street made it look like a large group of people was out on a trip. Although from the reports I heard, we probably won't be able to get there safely. Let's find someone to ask about the situation. Before he could finish a sentence, Hui rushed out like a gust of wind with a bunch of skewers in his hand. He was chatting with an old man on the street who had a bird on his shoulder. Yo, lad, a new face that I've never seen before. Hey, you want to leave this place and go to the eastern region or the northern region? Hiss, that's going to be difficult. If you guys were here a few days ago, you could still go to the northern region. I heard that something bad or someone had sneaked into the northern region and caused a huge commotion. As a result, even the road to the northern region is now blocked. Now, we can only go back the way we came from. We stared at the old man. You're not allowed to go to either place? Oh, that's not it. It seems that it's still possible to leave the gateway town and go to the northern region. But the requirements have been raised a lot because of the last incident. It will take a lot of effort to pass through. You know what that means. As for the more specific situation, I suggest you go up and take a look. I haven't been there for a while, and I don't know if the rules have been changed. It's been a few days since I asked about the news there. I haven't been there for a while now. The news did not sound like good news at first. Someone made a firework in the northern region, and the source was this place. So, the security was strengthened. No wonder. The last time I was here, there wasn't such a large fleet. I only heard that the remaining 40% of the area was sealed due to the tense situation. Well, now the past town is still the past town, but with the addition of a fleet, it has become a heavily guarded place where no one is allowed to pass. Mu Songyuan whispered and sighed. What should we do now? Although we have to go and take a look ourselves, it's almost impossible for me to continue going from here. Yun Nuashing asked, Is there any other way? No, there's no main road leading to the eastern region from other places. Although you don't need to follow the main road, you'll be watched by the people in the northern region from those places until you reach the next place. The people who are watched by them are already quite a distance away from the northern region. Basically, they'll only stop watching you when you reach the next city or town. From those places to the eastern region, you'll have to cross the war zone. Mu Tsangyuan shook his head. Only the area closest to the eastern region has a path to the eastern region on the surface. The narrow and long blockade line is also filled with heavy troops from the northern region. There are also constantly patrolling patrols near the blockade line and within this region. The success rate of breaking through by force isn't too high. Hui had just walked back and was a little stunned when he heard what Mu Tsangyuan said. How do you know so clearly? Mu Tsangyuan smiled bitterly. We were driven back from the northern region last time. Yes, we were driven back all the way to the south. Even if 15 years have passed, looking at the current situation, I don't think there will be any changes. Everyone immediately let out an "oh." This was an experienced fellow. Yun Nuashing felt a little strange. Why were you driven back? Do they know that you came from another region? Mu Tsangyuan was silent. He frowned for a while before he whispered, There is no great shrine in the northern region. Everyone was startled and frowned. Everyone thought carefully. Oh, they seemed to understand what was going on. The great shrines and headquarters of the past have all been replaced. Although they are still using the power of the great shrines, they are no longer the people of the past. As for who the people who took over are, we don't know. We only know that they are very strong in all aspects. This is the information we found when we were still in the northern region. We were only able to find out this much before we were driven out. We were driven out because there's no great shrine in the northern region. When we mentioned the name of the great shrine... Oh, I see. Mu Tsang smiled bitterly. We continued. Then there's still a lot of independent regions in the southern and eastern regions that have great shrines. At the very least, I've heard that there are still a large number of major shrines left in the eastern region. However, it's said that the situation here is different from the major shrines that we're familiar with. As for the southern region, well, the southern region is far too chaotic. While we were running around, we only occasionally saw major shrines. Some of the major shrines even have different uniforms and systems. Only the names are still the same, but their true nature, well, they've become something else entirely. All that's left behind is a shell. The members of the major shrines helping each other have become nothing more than empty words. After all, they're no longer real members of the major shrines. It's impossible to count on the people who took over the major shrines and changed their nature to follow the rules. Mu Tsang sighed bitterly and rubbed his eyebrows. Every time we go to those places, there is always a sense of separation. It is also because of this reason that we changed into our own clothes when we returned from this large region 15 years ago. We also wanted to get used to it, thinking that one day we would come here again. We used to wear the great shrine's uniforms all the time, so I am afraid that we could not get used to it from then on. The situation was similar to what they had imagined. It was just ridiculous. No wonder the manager of the Radiant Light headquarters had a strange expression when he mentioned it. He probably understood the situation after getting the information from Mu Tsang. The headquarters and great shrines he mentioned were probably the headquarters and great shrines that only existed in the eastern region. As for the chaotic northern region and the suppressed southern region, they could forget about these two places. Well, although they did not need the help of others to act, having the help of the locals could indeed save them a lot of unnecessary trouble, allowing them to speed up their actions. Although they did not even have a more specific target now, it was just... Well, they were also ridiculous. The top of the mountain was the passage to leave the small town. A wall made of crystal surrounded the place, leaving only two gates that were tens of thousands of feet high as the entrance and exit. At this moment, the left and right gates were both closed, but the right gate was not only closed, but also tightly bound with circles of seals. The place where the gate was located was a huge, empty space surrounded by a wall. Even the floor was not paved, and the wall and gate alone would not be able to stop anything. However, it only took a little closer look to see that there were a lot of energy barriers buried in the space here, sealing off the entire small town with this place as the center. The fleet was hovering above this place, with the shadow of the largest ship cast here. When one looked up from below, one would feel a strong sense of oppression. Coupled with the surging energy response from the ship, it should be able to deter many people who had other thoughts. At the very least, without breaking through the fleet's combat strength directly, no one would be able to think of such a thing. Apart from the fleet above, there were also teams of warriors armed to the teeth standing in front of the gates on both sides. A group of light chasers stood on the ground and on the walls. With such a tight defense, it was unlikely that they would be able to break through the blockade without a large force. Yun Nuashing looked around and nodded calmly. It's actually very simple. Of course, we all know that breaking through here is very simple. Hui nodded in agreement. Then his face darkened. But other than breaking through directly, can't you think of some other ways? Sorry, I don't have such plans. Yun Nuashing shook her head and gathered light in her hand. Look carefully, my sword is going to... Over there! What are you doing here? A shout suddenly rang out, startling everyone. The little angel quickly stopped someone who was about to draw his sword. Everyone turned around and saw a soldier wearing a full set of light armor made of magic crystals walking quickly towards them. One of his hands was already on the hilt of the sword at his back, and the energy in his body began to surge as he shouted at them. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to come near the gate. What are you all doing here? They exchanged a few words in half a second before Hui quickly smiled and said, We want to go to the northern region. I wonder if you can make it easy for us? The soldier, who seemed to be a captain, frowned. Do you have an amnesty pass? No. Hui scratched his head and laughed dryly. Didn't you say that we can pass as long as we pay a certain amount of magic crystals or purifying magic stones? When did it become so troublesome? The soldier, who seemed to be the captain, sneered. Since a month ago, no one is allowed to pass through here without an amnesty pass. This has already been announced to everyone here. Did you come from somewhere else? Go back if you don't have a pass. This is the order. Even if you have urgent matters, you can't go back. Hui grimaced. Aya, be a good person and make an exception for us. We have been wandering outside for a long time and finally want to go home. Don't be so unreasonable. He faked a smile and took out the purifying demon stone used for storage and carefully stuffed it into Huey's hand. Look, this is our token of appreciation. If you can let us pass this extra cough cough. The captain glanced at the space within, his eyes flashing with surprise. Still, he threw it back to Hui with a cold glare and said coldly, That's the order. You can't pass without an amnesty pass. If you don't leave, he snorted coldly and waved his hand, and the light chasers and other soldiers who were on standby immediately surrounded them. Then I'm going to throw you out. Hui still had that fake smile on his face, but veins were already popping out on his forehead. Damn it, he cursed in his soul. I'm not going to bicker with him. Foam. Leave this place to... Boom. Everyone was startled by the sudden burst of energy and a deafening rumble. As they looked towards the source of the sound, they saw a huge cluster of orange-red flames erupting from the gateway to the eastern domain. The fiery red light illuminated the sky as if a firework had been lit in the middle of the night, and the surging energy blast and shockwave knocked the light chasers and a group of soldiers who had just approached to the ground. The energy barriers hidden in the space were all revealed at once and began to ripple violently, with streaks of fissures appearing in an instant. The captain turned in shock the moment the energy burst occurred, and before he could see what was going on, he shouted by reflex, Enemy attack! Someone's attacking the seal on the gateway. Sound the alarm. Have the nearby patrols come as reinforcements. The ear-piercing shriek of energy had already resounded even as he shouted, echoing incessantly within the past town and rapidly spreading even further away. The successive commotion left everyone in the past town stunned. As they looked at the orange-red flames that were blooming like fireworks, and then at the soldiers who were standing guard and patrolling nearby, they all understood what was going on and could not help but sigh. It had been a long time since anyone tried to attack the pass, and there was no telling how much of a ruckus it would cause this time. The captain had just finished shouting when he turned to look at Hui and the others. It just so happened that this group of people had arrived at the same time as the energy burst. It must have something to do with them. When he turned around, he was stunned. He saw a group of people lying on the ground in front of him. They looked like they had fainted. They were probably knocked out by the energy shock just now. But this was a little different from what he had expected. This situation, forget it. He didn't have time to care about them now. Listen to my orders. Attack with all you've got if anyone shows up. Life or death. Seeing the captain running away to command the battle, Hui raised his eyelids and glanced at the gate that had been blasted open by the shock waves one after another. The energy barrier hidden behind was letting out a sorrowful cry as it struggled to hold on. He could not help but mutter in the soul message, Foam, aren't you being too hasty? Yun Nuashing was stunned. Are you stupid? Don't you know me? If it were me, do you think the explosion would be so small? Even if I don't use the origin energy or annihilation energy to flood this place, I will use the origin energy to sink this place. Do you think I will use fire or ordinary flames? How about the energy blast of the origin energy transformed into the form of flames? This seems like it. Hui was stunned for a moment and could not help but laugh dryly. Then what's going on? How could it happen just when we were chatting? Attack with all you've got. When everyone heard the captain shout, they sneakily raised their eyelids and saw that in the midst of the explosion of energy it seemed like they could barely see 5 or 6 figures dancing and flying in the air, fighting with the captain and the entire fleet. With the background of the flames and their posture of prostrating themselves on the ground, it was a pretty good scene. Ah, I saw the old man walking his bird. See, you could not help but exclaim. Huey's face twitched. He took a closer look at the flashing figures in the flames. One of them was the old man walking his bird that he had just talked to. The bird on his shoulder was still spitting fire. The explosion was probably caused by it. Good heavens, we have become chess pieces. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and ended her inelegant posture of lying on the ground. She patted the dust off her body. They seemed to be about to succeed in breaking the seal. Let's help them. Let's go. Everyone stood up and patted the dust off. Hui suddenly opened his hand to her. She was stunned. What do you mean? Let me borrow your formation-breaking bow. Yun Nuashing was silent for a moment. Then she quietly condensed a 2-meter-long bow with energy and handed it to Hui. The latter immediately imitated her and gathered energy to nock an arrow. But just as he was about to release the arrow, he suddenly paused. Little Phoenix spit a mouthful of saliva to cover it up. Feng Qing Huang was speechless. She quietly snapped her fingers and condensed an ordinary, orange-red flame on his energy arrow. Then everyone watched as Hui released the arrow. Boom! Boom! A towering energy firework suddenly erupted from the wall beside the main gate. The orange fireworks' fiery shockwave engulfed hundreds of light chasers and dozens of soldiers in a single breath, before being blown into the air by the wind. It seemed to have inadvertently engulfed one airship after another in a sea of flames, fusing with the flames that kept erupting over the main gate and strengthening the latter's power. The seal that had been holding on strenuously did not last more than a few seconds under the impact of the unexpected power that had burst out, before shattering with a bang. Bang! Hundreds of large cracks appeared on the wall that seemed to be made of crystal. In a brief instant, the wall shattered with a loud bang. The power of the explosion mixed with the energy storm, causing the flames to burn even more vigorously. Sir Bird and the others were stunned when they saw that. Although they had calculated that they could break through the blockade, they should not have done it so quickly. Still, they had no time to think too much. While the soldiers were engulfed by the explosion, they took the lead and rushed out of the main gate. Screw it! Let's get out of here first. The billowing flames had eaten the airships into chaos. When the captain turned and saw the figures rushing out of the main gate, he immediately roared, "Attack! Attack with all your might! Stop defending and attack with all your might! Don't let a single one live!" Tens of thousands of airships instantly withdrew their energy barriers, allowing the strange and inextinguishable flames to spread rapidly across the airships. They gathered all their energy and turned it into a torrent of energy that surged towards the forests of the eastern region. The sound of destruction that shook the earth resounded through the sky. A huge mushroom cloud suddenly bloomed. The dazzling light took away the color of the sky and cast a grayish-white color. Countless people in the small town at the pass were so shocked that they patted their chests and whistled to pretend to be calm. The energy explosion that the entire fleet unleashed was enough to make a beginner Yuanshir's scalp tingle. If it was not for the fact that the explosion was concentrated, it would have cleansed the area within hundreds of millions of miles. Oh, what a splendid firework! Hui clapped his hands and looked at the mushroom cloud in the distance. He could not help but clap his hands. Then he turned back and said calmly, "The energy impact with the power of the rules is coming." Less than 2 seconds after he finished speaking, the energy impact came crashing down. A gust of wind with a force of tens of thousands suddenly blew past them. The group of people were as steady as Mount Tai, but the ground under their feet was immediately plowed. When they looked down, they found that the ground had sunk by 7 or 8 meters. The shadow of a small hill next to them had disappeared. Looking at the area affected by the shock wave, Yun Nuashing turned around and looked in front of him. The flames at the entrance were still burning. Those people were trying their best to extinguish the flames. However, the flames of the phoenix were extinguished. Even if the flames were disguised as ordinary flames, they were still the flames of the blue phoenix. How could they be extinguished just because they wanted to? That's right, those people had just canceled their defenses and risked their lives to attack. This was simply like taking off their clothes and jumping into lava. Look at the flames burning. Yun Nuashing said, "By the way, did you miss your arrow just now?" Huey's expression stiffened. After a moment, he coughed and turned his head. "I was shooting at the city wall. There was no problem at all. It was just a little off, right?" "Yes." Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. "Why don't you just use divine shock? Or let me do it. You can't handle my power." Mu Sanyuan stared blankly at the sky in the distance that was already burning red. Then he looked at the ground behind him that had just been sunk by the shock wave. With a blank expression, he said, "They just broke through Qi and ran over here. Is it that simple?" At this time, Lu Xiaoqiu recovered from her calm expression. She turned her head and said to them, "Calm down. As a mature spectator, you need to calm down. You are not used to their style of doing things. Sooner or later, your stomach will hurt." Mu Sanyuan and the others were speechless. They felt that this statement was very subtle. They stood in place and watched for a while. After confirming that the fire would not burn out in a short time, they decided to ignore it. Just as they were about to go deeper into the eastern region, a few figures suddenly appeared in front of them and stopped not far in front of them. They stumbled forward a few steps. Their clothes were tattered, and their hair was disheveled. It was the old man who was walking the bird. It seemed that, even though they ran out with all their strength, they were still unable to block the angry attack of the fleet. As soon as the old man came out, he half knelt on the ground. He looked back at the few people who were in a sorry state. He gritted his teeth and hugged the fainted bird in his arms tightly. Just as he was feeling uneasy, he suddenly saw a group of people in front of him. His spirit was shaken, and he shouted at the people in front of him with all his might, "Friends in front, please wait a moment. Please lend a hand and save us this time. We will definitely reward you after this." Hui, who had just turned his head and was about to leave, suddenly put on a sinister smile. He skipped and jumped all the way. Looking at his beaming face, he looked like a child who had lived for more than 10 years. Yun Nuashing and the others felt a little helpless and could only follow him. When the person in front of him jumped and appeared in front of him, the old man who was walking the bird was also startled. Just as he was about to raise his head to see who it was, the person in front of him squatted down first. He put his hands on his knees and looked at the old man with his chin in his hands. He said cheerfully, "Uncle, long time no see?" The old man listened to this slightly familiar voice that he seemed to have heard not long ago and could not help but be stunned. He looked up and saw Hui staring at him with a smile. He immediately widened his eyes in horror. "It's you. You. Why are you here? Why can't we be here?" Hui spread out his hands and shrugged. "What? Do you want to throw us away after using us as pawns?" "You and I, oh, the guy who used us as tools and kicked us away after using us, are either flower now or holding hands and reporting below." The old man's face turned pale in an instant. "All right, stop fooling around with them." Yun Nuashing sighed softly and walked over. Seeing that the old man's face had turned pale, she could not help but shake her head and comfort him. "Don't listen to his nonsense. He just tore you in half and used it as fertilizer to plant grass. The grass on your grave is at least 1,000 feet tall." The old man and the others. They were finished. They had just escaped death, and now they were in a wolf's den. This group of people looked like Azura demons. If they had known this would happen, they would not have gotten involved with them. How could they randomly find a person on the road and be associated with such a group of monsters? All right, I won't scare you anymore. I was just joking. He clapped his hands and stood up. Although you used us as pawns without saying anything, but seeing that you diverted their attention for us, and that you will be hunted down for a period of time in the future, I won't be too calculative. Tell me who you are, where you came from, and what you plan to do, and I will let you go. Hey, if you have resentment, just blame yourself. If you want to be angry, just be angry at yourself. Who asked you to run over here? Not only did you run over here, you even called us. Look, you are in our hands now. Isn't this very delightful? No. It makes people want to play with you. What I mean is very exciting. It hurts. Yunuashing stopped Hui, who was about to go crazy. She rolled her eyes and said bluntly to the 5 people who were already trembling with fear, "We lack a tour guide from the eastern region. Understand?" Understood. Chapter 2003. In the distant sky, they could still see that the blue curtain was dyed red by the raging fire. The billowing black smoke had drifted tens of thousands of miles away as time passed. The bastards in the northern region had spent a lot of effort to extinguish that unique flame, but they could not even extinguish it. They could not even put out the fire in their house, so they probably did not have the time to send people after them. This was a good thing, a very good thing, Lita thought. He then turned back and sneaked a peek at the group of people who were talking and laughing behind them. He could not keep a straight face, and even the servant on his shoulder was whispering softly in his ear. He seemed to be in a bad mood. Coincidentally, this group of people was not in a particularly good mood. They were from the eastern reaches and spent most of their time outside on special missions. It was common for them to be taken away from the northern reaches or the disunited southern reaches. In their line of work, they had to be very capable in all aspects and have the ability to endure. Roaming around in extremely dangerous places all year round, they would sooner or later be seriously injured. This was something that Lida had been mentally prepared for. For example, 20 years ago, the northern reaches suddenly sealed off the southern reaches and cut off their connection with the eastern reaches. They were forced to stay in the southern reaches and lived near the eastern reaches for 20 years. During that time, they had all sorts of thoughts of breaking through the eastern reaches. But when he saw that the southern reaches were more determined than them to go to the eastern reaches and failed to break through the eastern reaches, he temporarily suppressed his restlessness. It was only in recent years that he felt a little anxious and was in a hurry to return to the eastern reaches. He was not in a hurry if he was alone. It was not because there were other important people beside him that he was in a hurry to return to the eastern reaches. Urged by this sense of urgency, they had planned to break through the defense line in the next few days. It would not be a problem if they smashed the door, but the problem was that they would have to run away after smashing the door. No matter how fast they ran, there was no way they could outrun the airships that could travel to the ends of the earth as long as they had enough energy. However, time did not allow them to think more because they had no better ideas. They could only take one step at a time. Their plan was to take action by tomorrow at the latest. They would first cause some chaos in the town. As long as it was a little chaos, it would be enough to distract the guards for 2 to 3 seconds. However, they did not expect to meet a group of young people who suddenly planned to leave the town through the gate that had been sealed for several days. He immediately judged that there was no need to wait until tomorrow. This was the best opportunity to act. Well, now they had escaped. Although they were hit by a few cannons and almost died on the spot, they were fortunately saved by someone. Unfortunately, the ones who saved them were a group of people who looked like hotheads. It was very confusing. He did not expect that after so many years in the world, there would be times when he misjudged people. This group of people was able to sneak in while they were engaged in a fierce battle with the soldiers in the north. It was obvious that they were not weak. However, he could not determine where they came from. Yes, he had no impression of them at all. He had never seen them before. And now, this group of suspicious people told him that they were missing a tour guide in the eastern region. This was very confusing. He did not know what they wanted to do in the eastern region. He felt a little uneasy, and his head was throbbing. His long experience of carrying out missions in dangerous places told him that they might have encountered an unprecedented problem. They had invited a group of people who could kill them into the eastern region. From now on, whatever happened would have nothing to do with them. However, this was just a feeling. It was just a feeling, and he could not do anything to this group of people. After all, they were the ones who used them as pawns. He felt a little guilty and guilty. Now that they were saved by them, these two things added together made him even more speechless. He could only obediently lead the way and wait until they returned to the main hall to see what was going on. Yun Nuashing and the others had no idea what Uncle Reed was thinking about. Well, it could be said that they did not care at all. Anyway, from the way they kept turning back, and turning back again and again, sneakily sizing them up, it was obvious that Uncle Reed and his companions had a ton of questions. However, since they did not speak, he did not intend to speak either. It was just a matter of who could not hold it in first. They were definitely not in a hurry. Nothing in this world could be rushed, except for those two trivial matters. At this moment, they were chatting with little Qingzi about what happened during the mission. At present, they already knew that the people from the Tianqian world were in the eastern region, assisting the people from the Great Shrine in the battle. The people from the primordial world were gathered in the northern region. Little Qingzi and Shu Qing had already contacted and asked about some things. It was said that the latter and her friends got involved in the battle between the two major regions under very subtle circumstances. They accidentally got involved and kept getting involved. As for how it got involved, it seems that when it fell from the sky, it happened to collide with the largest ship in the northern region. The energy of the explosion blew the entire fleet to smithereens on the spot. Little Qingzi's expression was very subtle when he said this. When he was still in a daze, he and the guy who called himself Monitor were taken away by the people in the eastern region. Now, they have been in the frontline team and are being treated quite well. It is said that in a few years they can use the method of this world to enter the realm of Yuanshi. He and Hui did distinguish between them. When they broke into this space, they were indeed wrapped in various kinds of energy. However, because they landed in a god-forsaken place, the energy concentration was too low. They did not manage to deal with the energy wrapped in their bodies, so it leaked out automatically. As for Shu Qing and the others, well, not only did they use the most enthusiastic method to consume the energy, but they also accidentally overturned the ship in the northern region and became the hero of a battle in the eastern region. Congratulations, congratulations. This guy is quite lucky. Speaking of the method of entering the realm of Yuanshi in this world, Hui was more excited than anyone when it came to this. What is the method? Is it special? Is it effective? What is the success rate? The method of obtaining. There is no need to ask. It is using the power of will. Yun Nuashing glanced at him and interrupted him with an answer. The power of will and consciousness is related to the power of the root of this world. Therefore, it can be guessed without even thinking. Ez's soul scratched his head. It is indeed the case. It is using the power of will. The reason why it takes a few years is that he needs to get used to the power of will first. Whether it is the people in the Yuanshi world or the Tianqian world, they have never used the power of will. After trying to get used to it, they can try to enter the realm of Yuanshi. However, it still depends on the situation. The success rate is also a problem, and the success rate is not very high. Therefore, even if there are people in the realm of Yuanshi in this world, there are not many of them. However, I heard that Shu Qing's success rate seems to be quite high. The position at the back is still okay. Yun Nuashing's face twitched a few times when she saw this. She sighed helplessly and said, "All right, even if you dig out your eyes and stuff them into my soul, I will not be able to break through. Save it. The destruction of the divinity carrier and the loss of the life course cannot be repaired without a certain amount of time. They can't do anything to me. Do you think the advancement method of a strange world can help me?" Oh, that's true. Hui suddenly became like a frosted eggplant. He really didn't want to give up. He just wanted to see Feng enter the realm of Yuanshe. This had almost become his obsession. However, this matter was really difficult. But I really don't want to give up. Feng, quickly enter the realm of Yuanshe. Yun Nuoxing was even more depressed than Hui. Her pretty face was wrinkled into a walnut shape. She looked pained. I want to. I am also very depressed. Hui grimaced. He was only dazed for a few seconds before he immediately found another topic to talk to little Qing. Speaking of which, have you found the reason for the war between the North and the East? Well, I haven't found out anything yet. It seems to be a simple dispute over territory. I Ching scratched his head. Based on the development of the situation, it seems that a powerful force is not satisfied with their current achievements, so they started to expand and go on expeditions. This is also the situation in this large region. Large and small territories are all fighting from scratch. They also have a history of resisting the demonized beings, but more of a history of fighting among themselves. Oh, this is basically the South and the West. The East belongs to the Great Shrine from the very beginning, so there are no internal conflicts. There are news of other places fighting with them, such as the North and the South. But these histories are quite recent. They can only be traced back to 10 or 20,000 years ago. I haven't found anything earlier than that. Oh, Lord Hui, these things remind me of the years when we first went on expeditions in the celestial realm. Yes, the expeditions felt a little familiar. In those years, they were not the forces that represented the celestial realm. They were just one of a large group of forces that were still inconspicuous. He was not the guardian back then, and Maple was not the observer back then. However, Maple's battles were terrifying from beginning to end. During those years of fighting, they would occasionally have some free time to wander around the celestial realm to relax and relax. During those years of fighting, they would have to run around and shout until they broke their legs to gather manpower. During those years of fighting, the battles were not as dangerous as they were now. During those years of fighting, they did not try to mix with other life forms. We, the people of the celestial realm, are very principled. Internal strife is internal strife. External strife is external strife. It's their business to fight amongst themselves. Outsiders have no right to interfere. If a group of outsiders dared to take advantage of the chaos to fight their way into the celestial realm, everyone would gather and scatter their ashes. So these guys even brought demonized beings into the fray. What the hell is going on? We coughed twice to suppress his excitement. This should be the situation on the surface. Is there any information that is not on the surface? Not at the moment. I Ching shook his head, helplessly. There's nothing going on in the East at all. The North hasn't been infiltrated yet either. As far as we know, this battle has been going on for more than 100 years, and it's still not even 100 years. It's been going on for more than 100 years, which is about 300 years in the Great Primordial Realm's time. Currently, the Eastern region's sphere of influence is shrinking bit by bit. They can't beat the Northern region, after all, and the Northern region is completely unreasonable. Everyone was shocked. Yun Nuoxing immediately added, so when you said you saw demonized beings on the battlefield, it's actually the Northern region who dragged demonized beings into the battlefield. Yes, there's a lot of them. It looks like they're cooperating with the demonized creatures to attack the city. Well, that's pretty fierce. Yep, really fierce. The Eastern region is also quite fierce. They've withstood this kind of attack for about 100 years, and they've only lost 1/10 of their territory. They haven't suffered any serious injuries, and they're still able to maintain a relatively stable momentum and continue fighting. They're also very powerful. Other than the fact that they don't have enough core strength, they don't have any other flaws. The lack of core strength is their biggest flaw. There's really nothing that can be done about this. If it's a clash between a veteran force and a new force, one of the two will definitely die, and from the looks of it, it's most likely going to be the Eastern region. As for why the northern region can control the demonized beings, well, we don't know for the time being. They don't avoid the demonized beings at all when they fight. Those brainless bastards also don't have any incidents of friendly fire. They only target those from the eastern region and beat them up. It's just, I don't know how to put it, it's full of mysteries. Well, after all, it's their biggest trump card, and it's their trump card that's always on the battlefield. If we can figure it out so easily, they won't be able to do anything about it. That's true. When the two factions of completely different natures come together, it's as ridiculous as order and chaos shaking hands and making peace. There must be some reason behind it that caused level 3 burns. Anyway, let's investigate it first. We scratched his head. By the way, are all of you involved in this battle? No, a third of the people are with me in the eastern region. The rest are scattered all over this large area. Half of them are in the northern region, and the other half are in other places. As for the situation here, it's the same as what I just said. The northern side is using their demonized life forms as the vanguard to press on. With the help of the people from the primordial world, their power has increased exponentially. On the eastern side, the people from the heavenly mystic world are also fighting very hard, but they are still lacking. We have not used our full strength to suppress them, so the eastern side is still retreating bit by bit. However, the battle situation has already fallen into a ditch when we got involved. As long as you give the order, we can flatten the northern region within a day. Not for the time being. Yun Nuashing raised her head. What about the people from the other two factions? Chang Yuan and Saint Spirit World. Where are they? I haven't seen them. I don't know where they are. I Ching put on a distressed expression and shook his head. I haven't seen them since the beginning. I don't know if they're hiding in a corner and waiting to reap the benefits. We have tried our best to look for them, but we haven't found any traces yet. Let's wait and see. It's not a problem whether the two factions are here or not. Yun Nuashing let out a long breath. Just as Little Ching said, when they planned to get involved, the so-called battle situation was not a problem. Compared to the outcome of the battle, what they needed to find now was how to end it. As mentioned before, there was no need for such a meaningless battle. The threat of the demonized beings was still in front of them. It would be ridiculous if these people still had the mood to fight among themselves. Oh, the people from the northern region seem to be able to coexist with the demonized beings. The demonized beings are not a threat to them. They probably don't have to worry about survival. Speaking of which, can they persist in an environment created by the demonized energy? We glanced at Maple, who was deep in thought. He raised his head and looked into the distance. They did not take out the ship at this time. They were just flying. The speed was not slow, but it was much slower than the speed of the airship. They had been flying for several hours. Is there anything else? Nothing for now. We're still figuring it out. No, there's more. I Ching suddenly remembered something. He quickly coughed and said, I accidentally overheard it. I think it was the manager of the headquarters at the front line. I mean the commander here. When they were talking about something, they mentioned that so-and-so seemed to have disappeared from other regions for many years. It was said that so-and-so was the reason why the eastern region could hold on for about 100 years. I don't know what the current situation is, but it should be a relatively important person. When Little Ching Zi brought up this topic, Yun Nuashing and the others couldn't help but raise their heads to look, looking at the 5 fellows flying ahead in a hurry. Siyu thought for a moment, then suddenly shouted to the front, Hey, how many years have you guys been away from the eastern region? Li Da and the others were startled. They looked back at Siyu, who was full of curiosity. About 20 years. Why? Oh. Siyu nodded and rolled her eyes. Can I still be a tour guide after 20 years? Li Da and the others were speechless. Uncle Bird's face twitched. He coughed and said, Don't worry. We are very familiar with the eastern region. Even in the current situation, we can still give you some good directions. This girl was trying to get information out of him. The timing was just right. The location 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 was just right. If little Ching said that there was no relationship between them, well, there was no need to say that there must be a relationship. Let's wait and see. The girl in the plain long dress turned around and stared at the group. She frowned slightly and tried to talk to them for the first time. "Where are you going?" she asked. "Where are you going?" Yun Nuashing and the others looked at each other for a while. They nodded and came up with an answer. Hui then conveyed their intention. He also sounded a little probing. "The war zone. The place where Twilight and the Eastern region are fighting. We are going there." Sure enough, the faces of the 5 people suddenly changed. Except for the girl, the rest of the 4 people had a faint sense of vigilance in their eyes. Hui pretended not to feel the subtle change in the atmosphere and continued, "Our friends are fighting for their lives over there, so we plan to go over and support them. Hey, those guys are really worrying. I lost contact with them for a while, but I didn't expect them to be involved in this battle. What a worrisome guy." Yun Nuashing said, "If we had not used a unique method known to each other, we might still be wandering around in the south. So, do you know the direction to the war zone? Oh, if you don't know, just take us to the nearest foothold. We will find our own way." Siyu covered her forehead with a headache and gloominess. "I don't know how they are doing. They should be fine. It has been dozens of days since we last contacted them. They should be fine. Little Star, are they okay? You ask me? How would I know? That is the war zone. We have not contacted them for dozens of days. Maybe. Sai, I hope they are okay. At least one of them should be left behind so that we can see what is going on." Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. "Why do you think they are suddenly involved in the war zone between 2 regions?" Hui scratched his head with a confused look. "Even if they are running around blindly, they shouldn't be running around like that. Oh, God knows. Act with all your might. Act however you can. The Celestial Realm Actors Troupe will act with all their might. Regardless of whether you believe it or not, they will act." Li De and the other 4 furrowed their brows slightly when they saw the worried look on their faces. For a moment, they couldn't tell if these people were telling the truth or not. The main thing was that these people's origins and identities were too suspicious. It was already suspicious that they came from the southern region, but they couldn't find any clues to identify them. Although there were people from the southern region who joined the eastern region in the past, they were actually non-staff members. The essence of the eastern region was still the same group of people from the eastern region. It wasn't that they were xenophobic, but when it came to people who had forgotten their original origins, they didn't know what kind of expression to put on when they mentioned them. Forget it. For the time being, they did not have the strength to distinguish between the good and the bad. They were going to the war zone anyway, so it was not a problem to bring them along. After all, there was nothing they could do once they were there. However, it was worrying that they could not find any clues. Even if they could tell that they were from the north, it would be less of a wild imagination. Acting was acting, but being stared at with such strange eyes for a long time. They had been stared at all the way. Yun Nuashing still felt very uncomfortable. "Well, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't stare at me with such eyes. It always makes me think of a lot of strange things." Lord Bird coughed awkwardly. "Mainly this is a special time, so ahem." He then changed to a more serious tone. "Anyway, thank you for saving us this time. As you wish, we will bring you to the war zone between the 2 regions." "Oh," Yun Nuashing responded. After Lord Bird finished speaking, the expressions of the others changed slightly, but this time he intended to get straight to the point. "Although I don't know what you are thinking and worried about, if you are thinking about us, there is no need to. Mu Tsongyuan." He turned back to look at Mu Tsongyuan and the others. The latter and the others immediately understood and took out the uniform of the great shrine and put it on. Then they nodded at the few people who were staring at them and did something in unison. It was probably the salute of the people of the great shrine. Or was it a special gesture for identification? You are also members of the great shrine? Li De and the others widened their eyes when they saw the familiar clothes and the movements. Their hearts were filled with mixed feelings. At least when the clothes were taken out, they believed 2/3 of it. Li De smiled bitterly. Then, what were we doing before this? How would I know what you were doing? You were the one who made the first move. He crossed his arms and said rudely, "See, now it's awkward, isn't it?" The 5 of them turned their heads away awkwardly. Well, it's all a misunderstanding." Lord Bird coughed and looked embarrassed. "Anyway, it's my fault. I was the one who brought it up." "That's enough. It's not a big deal." Hui waved his hand indifferently. "But if you had told us earlier, it would have been more convenient for us to take action. We wouldn't have had to take advantage of the chaos when you guys were stirring up trouble. We wouldn't have had to restrain ourselves for fear of affecting you guys. Sure enough, the sudden energy explosion was caused by you." The girl in the long dress had a look of realization. She said softly, "We are the managers of the great shrine of the Eastern region, the supreme commander of the frontline war. We had to go there personally because of a special mission more than 20 years ago. We understood. It was just as they had guessed." "Is it really okay for the commander-in-chief to go out personally?" When he said that, he smiled bitterly. Maple also rolled his eyes at him. They were also the commander-in-chief of the Void frontline. They also led people out every day. What right did they have to criticize others? Because of the importance of the matter, we had to go out personally. Before we left enough preparations to deal with the situation. But we didn't expect to be trapped in the South for 20 years. Reed sighed helplessly. Important. Yun Nuashing crossed her arms and thought for a moment. Could it be related to the northern region's ability to control the demonized beings? That's right. Lord Bird nodded. They didn't control the demonized beings from the beginning. In fact, hundreds of thousands of years ago, they were still under the great shrine like us. At that time, there was only the eastern region and the western region of the chaotic lands. You should know the specifics, so I won't go into detail. Let's talk about the things that might not be known to the public. Everyone, no, we don't know anything. Don't skip it. Chapter 2004. At that time, the sky was as blue as it was today, and the sun still rose in a different direction every day. The big shots of the Eastern Domain had a headache over the people of the Western Domain who had forgotten themselves, but there was nothing they could do about them. Even if they used various methods to forcibly recall them, bring them back to the Grand Shrine, or even educate them again, they could only bring back a bunch of people who were not there in their hearts. Therefore, they could only choose to let them go. At most, they would do something to curb the chaos. As for the origin of the matter, they knew nothing about it. Unknowingly, things had already become like that. As for this matter, it would have to be traced back to a much, much longer time ago. Let's not talk about it anymore. From the time we mentioned it, that is hundreds of thousands of years ago, the eastern region had already begun to split. However, it wasn't a split on the surface. It wasn't the split between the eastern region and Twilight, as you know. The real split started hundreds of thousands of years ago. Because it happened in a very secretive manner, no one knew about it, and no one took any effective precautions against it. Even we only got to know about it when it was nearing. As a result, the members of the Grand Shrine and the HQ, who were far away from the center, didn't know about it. It was only when the matter suddenly broke out that everyone knew about it, and it was only after it was calculated. In fact, they had been preparing for it for a long time. At that time, the management of the Grand Shrine was too vast. The Eastern Domain was divided into more than a dozen districts, and the districts were divided into their own regions. They managed from level to level. Unless there was a major event, all the managers of the Grand Shrine would gather at the center. To a certain extent, it was convenient for management, but it also caused some things to happen that could not be transmitted in time. However, we never thought that would happen. The absolute, trust between us became an accomplice to the change of events because of an unknown and sudden change. It was not until they completely divided the region, took away everything they had prepared, destroyed everything that once belonged to the Grand Shrine, replaced it with a brand new emblem, occupied part of the original territory, and became a new force that everyone realized that things had unknowingly developed into an irreversible situation. The only thing they left after the division was the power they used before. This could not be changed, and even if it was changed, it would not be done in a short time. Speaking of which, I really don't know. He scratched his head. Speaking of which, the northern fleets were all different in details. He thought that it was a change based on personal preference, but it seemed that it was a uniform change, as if to draw a clear line. What actually happened? We were all huddled in a distant corner and did not know what happened at the center. We only knew that one day something happened to Underpants. Could it have something to do with their control of the demonized creatures? No, the control of demonized life forms is a recent thing. To be more specific, it only appeared when the war started more than 100 years ago. In the conflicts before that, they didn't use this unknown power. Reed shook his head. In the beginning, only a small part of them left. They took away about 1/5 of the members of the Grand Temple near the center and the western region. They dug out a large piece of land near the western region and expanded their forces little by little through the continuous battles with a fringe in the western region. Until today, we have thought about dealing with them, but perhaps we were too soft-hearted. We thought that we could persuade them to change their mind, but as we thought about it, it unknowingly became what it is now. Before we even knew when they grew strong enough to fight against us, the battle was already directed at us. At first, we were still able to fight, and it was a stalemate. After all, we were all part of the Grand Temple, and were of the same lineage. This situation lasted until they used the power of demonized creatures more than 100 years ago. Si Yuyen suddenly understood. More than 100 years ago, when they had not mastered the power of demonized creatures, you were already unable to deal with them. So when they came into contact with a new power, you were basically unable to fight back. This is indeed. The expressions of the 5 people suddenly became very subtle. They were once from the same sect, and they were neck and neck. When they fought back and forth, they were just playing Tai Chi. There would not be any obvious difference in strength. Therefore, when the other party suddenly had an additional bargaining chip, and it was the most important bargaining chip in the world, they were immediately beaten until they could not breathe. This subtle expression was similar to seeing a rebellious child suddenly run away from home and cause trouble outside. After returning home, he started tearing down the house without saying a word. Furthermore, they were helpless as they watched the brat play with his life. This was because the brat had called for a large group of people to tear down the house. It was a pain in the ass. However, compared to the pain in the ass, Yun Nuashing was more interested in the cause of the matter. So, 20 years ago, you endured the humiliation and went to someone else's place. Did you find anything? Li De's face immediately stiffened. Seeing this, Yun Nuashing said without thinking, "You returned empty-handed?" The expressions of the 5 became very subtle again. Looking at their expressions, Yun Nuashing did not know whether to laugh or cry. This was equivalent to going out for a stroll and coincidentally being locked up at the pass for 20 years. Wasn't this a waste of time? Si Yuyen whispered. Could it be that they deliberately released the news to transfer you away from the eastern region, and then... I had the idea, but the subsequent actions did not match at all. Li De shook his head. If it was as they expected, and we left the eastern region for 20 years, they would have done everything they could to defeat the eastern region. The only pass leading to the eastern region would not have so few troops. However, the truth is that their attacks have been progressing steadily over the past 20 years without any major changes. Si Yen thought about it and agreed, so she did not continue the topic. It was unexpected to get some information. They knew about this region, this world, hundreds of thousands of years ago. However, it was just the beginning, and the beginning was quite chaotic. It dragged this inexplicable world in an even more inexplicable direction. This world, not just this region, but the entire world, had a very strong sense of fragmentation. This sense of fragmentation originated from the pandemonium wasteland that tore the world chessboard into pieces. It turned the land here into an isolated island separated by the ocean. It cut this world back and forth in terms of time and space. First, there was the time gap, and then there was the geographical separation. They ran out of the initial nameless region and went to other places, and then came here. The three regions had completely different feelings. The first two regions were essentially the same, fighting against the demonized beings. The second region was like the escalation of the situation with the addition of the demonized race, and then came here. Well, things suddenly became strange again. I originally thought that the entire world's main temple was unified, but for some reason, a part of it was missing in this place. Then, for some even more inexplicable reason, a fifth of the original main temple betrayed me. This fifth of the main temple's main temple almost completely broke off their relationship with the main temple, and even took control of the demonized life forms. In other words, the main temple's main temple was about to be overturned. So, what was the reason? There must be a reason for everything. Even if the guy who led the rebellion hundreds of thousands of years ago ran out because of perennial constipation and cramps in his brain, well, who would believe such a forced explanation? Ahem, what he meant was that there must be a reason. But now, it seemed that Sir Bird and the others who were once the closest to the reason were not very reliable. Little Qingzi, do you have time? Yes, that's good. I've already told you about it. You can ask the guys in the other regions, especially the northern region, to look for things that happened hundreds of thousands of years ago, and to see if there are any strange things in the northern region. Yes, the things we saw in the center of the wasteland. Let's see if there are any. Oh, and if they want to find them, well, let them start looking towards the west of the northern region. They dug out a large piece of land from the west all at once. No matter if there is anything there or not, let's just take it as a target. Sensing that the presence was getting closer, Yun Nuashing ended the topic. We're almost there. We'll talk later. Even if they were not on the front lines, Li Da and the others had been keeping an eye on the situation of both sides over the years. They knew where both sides were at the moment, and without any delay or need to ask for any new information, they quickly led the massive group of people, a bunch of explosives, to the current location of the battle and standoff, an endless desert plain. At their realm, the terrain was not a problem at all. Only a head-on confrontation was the hard truth. Looking at this boundless flat land, there was not even a mountain within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Yun Nuashing had every reason to believe that this terrain had been artificially modified. This was obvious. All right, there was nothing else to say. Originally, there was nothing special about fighting at this realm other than charging head-on. Anyway, this flat land looked very suitable for charging. There was a long and narrow line of defense on the plains. The great shrines and the light chaser towers were arranged neatly in a row, connecting the circular barrier that extended for millions of miles. The shrines and the light chaser towers were not in the same state as when they were stationed in the city. They were now floating slightly above the ground and seemed to be able to move at will. Their transformations together formed a mobile line of defense that could be fought and run at the same time, which was extraordinarily convenient. As expected, fighting and retreating was an inextinguishable truth engraved in the soul. Stationed in the sky was a large fleet of airships that were put together to block out the sun. Airships of various sizes were packed in a cluster. In fact, there was quite a distance between them. Judging from the size of each airship, there was a gap of a few hundred to 10,000 feet. However, there were just too many of them, and each of them was huge. It looked like they were all piled together. If there was no energy barrier, the tens of millions of airships would all crash into a pile of scrap metal when an energy storm blew. This level of power could be considered the strongest among all the worlds that they had wandered in all these years. It was slightly stronger than the power gathered in AI Hongyun's territory. Although this world lacked the power of order and was completely unqualified, it had the primeval realm and a bunch of energy creations to increase their combat power. As for the latter, although there wasn't a single primeval realm cultivator, their combat power was average. The power of order didn't fall behind. Sigh. Anyway, both places were strange places. The gathering of the army was grand and imposing, be it the number of thick circles within the barrier or the energy that kept sweeping across the surrounding space. It gave the place a sense of security and impenetrable defense. Just the state of holding back was enough to release a surge that shook the void. Actually, I suddenly thought of the front line of the void. It was still the most spectacular when the warriors of my family gathered, especially when that group of people threw out a white wall with a flick of their hand. That was really quite exciting, as there was a constant scanning of energy in the space. Their group was immediately discovered. Li De and the others also slightly released their energy, as if in response, startling the owners of the energy who sensed their presence. A moment later, figures burst out from the airships and the great temple and landed in front of them. They breathed a sigh of relief when they saw them. Thank the heavens, you all came back safe and sound. After 20 years, we all thought that something had happened to you all. The dozen people who appeared were all wearing the clothes of the great temple that Yun Nuashing and the others were familiar with. Immediately, a sense of familiarity welled up in their hearts. There was a feeling of, I'm back. The feeling of this world being separated was too strange. It was as if the great temple and the great temple belonged to the same world, and everything that had nothing to do with the great temple was another world. The former made them feel very familiar wherever they went, but the latter they had no impression at all. Moreover, the great temple and the great temple were not in the same world. It was one level for ordinary demonized beings, another level for demonized beings. But now it was a special situation. No matter which level it was, it would be so vast that it covered all cognition. They were almost confused. Something did happen, but fortunately it was a close call. Li De smiled bitterly at the people who appeared and shook his head. He looked back at Yun Nuashing and the others. This time, it was all thanks to their help that we came back safely. Yun Nuashing was about to say something, but from the corner of her eyes, she caught 3 figures flying towards them from a ship. So she hurriedly pulled her family to the side and said to Li De and the others, well, our matter is more complicated. Let Mu San Yuan tell you the rest. They can explain it clearly, and you'll understand once they're done. We also have something to say here. The group immediately retreated to the side and met up with Little Qing and the others who had descended from the formation, leaving Mu San Yuan and Li De staring at each other. Lord Feng, Lord Hui, Yi Qing descended from the sky with the momentum of a falling meteor. He said to them with a smile, you all came so quickly. I thought we would be delayed for a few days on the road. Where did you get the idea of delaying for a few days come from? Hui trembled and looked at the young man who seemed to be inexplicably excited with a puzzled expression. Because it's always easy for something to happen when Lord Feng and Lord Hui get together. So, cough, cough, cough. Yi Qing said subconsciously, feeling that something was wrong. He immediately turned his head and coughed hard, leaving them speechless. 2 people came from the side. One was a strong man who was 7 feet tall, with a face full of smiles. His hairline was sending out a crisis signal to everyone who saw him. The other was a man with a long black ponytail and wearing a cracked evil spirit armor. His eyes had lost their brilliance and hope. They were Monitor and Shu Qing. I haven't seen you for a while. Shu Qing looked at Feng Ling and the others with lifeless eyes and revealed a creepy smile. We're all here except for you guys. This is great. Now that we're all here, we're relieved to see that you guys are safe and sound, although I don't think we need to worry about you. However, I didn't expect you to be able to insert people in that kind of situation. Shu Qing looked at the smiling I Ching and recalled what the latter had said to him. Then, when he heard the way he addressed Feng Ling and Hui just now, he suddenly understood everything. You really came here with some unspeakable secret. Monitor said bluntly with his arms crossed, and then grinned, but needless to say, everyone has some secrets. Hui shrugged. He did not intend to hide anything when little Qingzi was in contact with them. Don't worry. It's a secret. There will be a time when it will be revealed. But not now. Even if I want to reveal this secret now, well, there are not enough people. Well, there will be a time when you will know. Not enough people. Shu Qing and Monitor were both curious, but they had made up their minds not to ask, so they restrained their curiosity. Yes, the conditions are not enough. It's useless to say it here. Cough. Anyway, I'm relieved to see that you're all right. We were thrown into the corner of the world, and it took us a long time to come here. Hui sighed and then joked, but you're really good. As soon as you appeared, you got involved in this matter. The two couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was purely a matter of landing place. It was purely an accident. Shu Qing shook his head and put on a serious face. We originally planned to leave here after gathering all the people, but we didn't expect people from the Yuan Chu world to appear in the opposite camp. So we had to stay here to help the eastern region. Well, look at you. You want to participate too? Of course. We nodded. However, it's not just that. Our purpose is not purely to fight. Fighting is just a way to achieve our goal. Even now, we don't know if this method can achieve the goal we want. It's about the world itself. I guess you must have not paid attention to it. Speaking of the world, Monitor immediately showed a headache. How can I have time to pay attention to it? This world is weird from head to toe. There are things everywhere that I don't recognize. Except for some of the things that we've seen when the two sides fight, there are no more familiar things. Even if I've been to other worlds before, I could at least see something similar in nature. But this world, well, weird. Hui shrugged. They were used to all kinds of bizarre worlds. By the way, since you want to participate, there is a command or an instruction. Monitor used his elbow to poke Shu Qing, who was in a daze intermittently. Shu Qing immediately thought of something and took out an energy crystal. She handed it to Hui and nodded to him. You'll understand when you see it. Hui looked at it curiously, fiddled with it for a while, and began to read the information inside. The energy crystal immediately projected a figure in the air in front of them. They were stunned when they saw the figure. The dead fish eyes that crashed into their eyes. No, the eyes that looked like a frozen deep pool. The eyes that seemed to be sealed with some evil spirit's eyes. This national beauty. Who was it? The situation is urgent, and we have to act according to the circumstances. If you encounter a problem that you can't solve, all the soldiers of the Tianqian world must listen to Feng Ling of Shu Qing's team. Feng Ling! The projected figure opened her mouth and said a lot of words. Then, she repeated it once and disappeared. Her speed was so fast that it made people think that she borrowed her mouth and was in a hurry to return it. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. Everyone subconsciously looked back at him. He also pointed at himself in astonishment. Why me? Why me again? We're not too sure. Monitor scratched his head and was also a little suspicious, but a moment later he was relieved. After we gathered everyone, the core team opened the order given by the Realm Master. This is the order. Although we don't know why, it's not wrong to listen to it. Moreover, it's not a big problem if it's you guys. After all, you're strong enough. Although everyone was a little awkward, because we all know your power, we didn't say much. Now we're all waiting for you guys. Yun Nuashing responded in a daze. He thought back to the young Realm Master, but he couldn't figure out anything. He felt a little confused. If she could see something from the brief exchange between them and a moment of eye contact, then she was either one of the two things above or someone related to those two things. Otherwise, she could only be very sensitive. Yes, overly sensitive to the extent that she was a little oversensitive. This order felt as though it had not been carefully thought through at all. Nonsense, they had only joined the sky-profound world for a short period of time, and had only fought 2 battles. They had not even been completely cleared of suspicion, yet they were already given such a heavy responsibility. It felt as though they were taking a huge gamble. That young realm master must have seen or understood something, or perhaps she did not understand it at all. She must have sensed something, so she issued this order and handed over the command of the entire army to him. Looking at the nature of the order, he understood that this was a big gamble. She was betting that this group of people who inexplicably appeared in the sky-profound world and inexplicably stabbed through the other side would be able to take on this big responsibility. She was betting that he could bring everyone in the sky-profound world out safely and gain something. Speaking of which, do they know what this world is like? Forget it. It's not important. Yun Nuashing scratched his head and was about to say something when Mu Tsunyuan, Li Da, and the others had finished their exchange and came over. Mu Tsunyuan stuck his tongue out and looked like he had spoken until his saliva was dry. Guardian of the will. Li Da and the others looked at Yun Nuashing with extremely complicated eyes and couldn't help but sigh. This word has disappeared in history for hundreds of millions of years. Hui was startled. Hundreds of millions of years. Isn't that before the Great Era? Do you still know what happened before the Great Era? Li Da stroked his chin and said in a low voice, I know a part of it. Well, I'm not very sure how big of an impact the Great Era has in other regions or your regions, but here the Great Era is just cleaning up a part of the books that have decayed and weathered to the point that they can no longer be preserved. Although the threat from the demonized creatures has never disappeared, and there have been cases of cities being destroyed by the demonized creatures, it is far from the extent of forgetting everything. At least the eastern regions. Well, at least the great shrine that remains in this region is like this. Although many things have happened and undergone many changes, at least it still remains. Yun Nuashing grasped the last sentence and asked, that means the situation in other regions is different. Oh, the southern lands that you now know are the chaotic lands. They used to be a part of the great shrine. However, no one knows when they started to forget. No, it's not the amnesia that you think it is. Instead, they voluntarily gave up on their status as members of the Great Shrine and became ordinary citizens. As time passed, the southern lands became the chaotic lands that you now know. At first, the chaotic lands actually included the entire western lands. Forget? Give up? It's not like they lost their memories. He scratched his head in confusion. That sounds a little ridiculous. Can you be more precise? I don't know. By the time we found out, they were already like this. Li Da shook his head with a bitter smile. Huey's eyes widened in shock. Why is it that every time when something has happened to the surface, you only realize it later? Li Da's bitter smile became even more bitter. Because we never thought that such a thing would happen. Constant, eternal. Just like this situation. When this world fought against the demonized creatures, it was a situation similar to eternity. History has no record of such a thing happening at all. Not even the history of the previous 3 or 4 generations. What about the previous 5 generations? The history of the previous 5 generations is completely gone. Hui rolled his eyes. When fighting, they won't fight according to the textbook's rules. History doesn't necessarily repeat itself. Do you think this is a magic trick? A record of a certain year and month, a big cycle has passed, and then it enters the next cycle. History repeats itself, and everything goes round and round? Look at it now. The first time a large region split into the east and west, and then the east split again into the east and north. Which one of these things is recorded in history? And both of them are not exactly the opposite, but they are almost the same. He bared his teeth and scolded. Don't speculate about the things in the world according to the textbook. Do you think this is an impromptu exam? The expressions of the group of people became awkward again. Chapter 2005. Actually, it was not that he could not understand why they were so clumsy. Clumsy. Referring to history and not knowing how to be flexible should not have been a problem. After all, this world was a cycle of humans and demonized beings. Even though generations had passed, this instinct had not been forgotten. This was their history. The entire history of this world was the story of humans and demonized beings. It was just that, for some reason, there was a problem in this era, and they started to have internal strife. Perhaps it was because they had been playing Tai Chi for too long that they became stupid and wanted a change of taste? Just kidding. The specific reason had yet to be discovered. Anyway, the truth was laid out in front of them. Before the cause was discovered, they still had to deal with the results that they had obtained. They had to be flexible as soon as possible. As for the results of not being flexible, the origin, Heavenly God, and the others had already demonstrated it to the entire void. You see, the history of this world was more or less similar to order. The origin, Heavenly God, and the others had fought against the chaos concept body for 326 eras. Then, with a slap, the grand primordial realm had entered a completely new situation. The grand primordial realm, the void and order had all undergone earth-shattering changes. Be it their essence or appearance, they were completely different from before. Yet they still treated the beings of order and the new world of order the same way. In the end, they raised a bunch of traitorous dogs. Now, these two dogs were still howling and biting back. Look at how miserable they were. Well, these two things were basically the same. It could only be said that being immersed in war for a long time really made people stupid. Even the origin, Heavenly God, could not escape this situation. Although she was an understanding God, she could not help but be a little confused by the other gods. TSK, that was why the trivial matters of this world would always be trivial matters. He did not want to understand the internal strife that occurred in the face of a great calamity. However, considering that there might probably be some kind of hidden story, he could only pinch his nose and pinch his throat to find out what was going on. Since the beginning was normal and the end was abnormal, there must be some serious illness in the middle. He had to give them a chance. The two traitorous dogs of order. One of them was comfortable with the other, and the other was fooled into joining the enemy. Since he had already found out what was going on in this world, he would just let them die. As for how he was going to see, there were many ways to do so. Combat was one of them. Another way was to find out what was going on the surface. There were also many ways to find out what was going on in the dark. For example, going deep into the enemy's rear, infiltrating, rushing to the enemy's highest commander's face and hanging him in the air to give him a good beating. Oh, the third way was to find out what was going on in the surface. Finding out what was going on in the dark was not as effective as finding out what was going on in the dark. Furthermore, finding out what was going on in the dark was not as effective as finding out what was going on in the dark. That was why he still preferred to lead the enemy. But if he did not do a good job of leading the enemy, it would be easy to drive the enemy crazy. Just look at that Shura right now. He was probably, who knows how crazy he was. It was actually very simple. After all, he was the best at controlling the situation. He did not engage in psychological warfare or psychological warfare. His goal was very clear. His method was simple, and the execution was simple. Kill all of them. 100 spears, 100 swords, and 100 cannons were aimed at the enemy's gate. He was not afraid that the enemy would do something desperate. It was much simpler than other methods. Yun Nuoxing looked up at Xiang Hui and the others. The scolding situation had almost come to an end. He walked up and patted Xiang Hui's shoulder, then looked at Li Da and the others who had shrunk their necks so much that they couldn't be seen. All right, it's useless to look into what happened in the past, what happened, and what the result was. What's important is now. Now that the whole has become a whole, we have to quickly remedy it. It's never too late to mend the pen after the sheep is lost. You guys should have some ideas now, right? What do you think? Reed shrunk his neck even more when he heard that. He stammered, thoughts, originally, there was that, but to say it now, it's a little, how do I put it? Yun Nuashing crossed his arms and raised his eyebrows. What time is it that you still care about this and that? There's no harm in saying it, be frank. Reed scratched the top of his head and grinned. That you are the guardian of the will, so we intend to listen to you. Everyone was rendered speechless. All right, now they knew why it was so difficult for him to speak so hesitantly. This was a stupid idea. No, according to the tradition and the rules left behind by the inheritance, this was actually the correct method. But bringing up this topic at this point in time made it seem like he wanted to wash his hands off the matter. This made them rather speechless. No wonder he didn't want to talk about it. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a few seconds before he understood the idea. He tilted his head in distress. I know what you mean, but how do I put it? He looked at Shu Qing and the others, and then looked at Li Da and the others who were looking at him helplessly and innocently. His expression was strange. Difficult. If you all leave everything to me to make decisions, it will be very difficult, especially difficult. We looked at him, puzzled. Why is it difficult? Based on your character. Shouldn't you be controlling the situation now? Yun Nuashing glared at him and rolled his eyes. It's precisely because it's my turn to control the situation that it's difficult to deal with. If you leave everything to me to decide now, then I will immediately charge towards the opposite side. Fight! Charge! Everyone was speechless. Hui and the others were speechless. They forgot that Reed was the one in charge of the attack. And now they were all in line and ready to do something. Originally, they had to listen to the others' arrangements. But now everything was left to him. That meant they were going to charge at the north. Prepare? What do they need to prepare? Just throw a white wall out. What do they need to prepare? Seeing everyone's strange expression, Yun Nuashing shrugged. See, it's difficult, isn't it? Reed and the others looked at each other and communicated for a while. Reed nodded. It's a little difficult. Yun Nuashing shrugged, then suddenly looked at Li Da and waved his hand majestically, saying, Then let's attack! Yun Nuashing. Well, if we really fight, we don't have to worry about anything. But that's only for us. Don't you need to be prepared? Just to adjust your state and be mentally prepared. It's been 3 days since the end of the last battle. The necessary adjustments and preparations have been completed. The one who spoke was a member of the great temple who had just come out to greet them. We have always been in a defensive state. Even if we are ready now, we are just waiting for the situation to change. So if we want to attack, we can also do it in our state. We can start the battle immediately, but our combat power... Yun Nuashing nodded and waved his hand. Don't worry about our combat power. After all, we're the ones who propose to attack. Naturally, we will only propose to attack when we are 1,000,000% sure. Little Qing, let everyone be prepared. Don't take out the new generation of things. If those things are taken out, this place will be destroyed. It will be very troublesome to rebuild it. Ow! I Ching shouted and rushed to the ship that he had just jumped off. Yun Nuashing turned to Reed and said, So you guys go and get ready too. Suddenly changing from defense to attack, even if we adopt the same measures. There will be some changes in the details. Is 2 hours enough time? Yes. Reed nodded solemnly and turned to the front line with the people of the great temple. Then we will go and make the arrangements first. Shu Qing also left with Monitor and said, So, let's go and inform the others. See you in 2 hours. Watching the group of people leave as if they had received an order, Mu Yuan was stunned. He looked at the expressionless Fengling and asked, Is it really okay to start the battle as soon as we arrive? What's the problem? Since they're all ready and we're all ready too. With a hook above everyone's head to indicate that we're all ready, isn't the only thing left to do is to give the order to attack? Yun Nuashing was very calm. He did not have the aura of a general who had just given the order to attack. The only thing that has changed is that they are prepared to defend, and what we need to do is to attack. We just need to adjust a little. Anyway, whether it is to defend or to attack, It is just a matter of who will attack first. I usually attack first. That's not what I mean. Mu Tsangyuan could not help but smile bitterly. His handsome face was a little sluggish and confused. I mean, we have just arrived here, so shouldn't we first figure out the situation and the layout here? After all, this is someone else's place. Although we all belong to the great temple, the arrangement of each place is different. Yun Nuashing tilted his head and looked at him. Did I say that I want to change the layout? Is there any special arrangement? No. Then it's settled. Yun Nuashing shrugged and patted him on the shoulder. Although I am temporarily holding the title of Commander-in-Chief, I did not say that I would carefully command every step. Am I familiar with this place? No, I'm not familiar with it. Do I know anyone here? I only know my own people and the old man who was walking the bird just now. I have only known him for a few hours, so what can I do? Give the command to attack. At most, I can command where to attack. Forcibly interfering with other people's specific arrangements. That's just too boring. He rolled his eyes and continued. Besides, it's not like they don't know how to march and fight, so I don't need to give detailed instructions. I'm just a guide. Yes, they'll just lead the way. They'll be responsible for the rest of the work. Mu Tsangyuan subconsciously asked, what if they don't do well? Yun Nuashing laughed without thinking. Have you heard of the saying, one-man army? Mu Tsangyuan and the others. ? Hui and the others smiled bitterly. In fact, there was no need to worry. Even if something bad happened, even if the sky fell, they could still hold it up. If they couldn't, there was another person who could. Well, the situation should not develop to that point. No matter the situation of the battle between the East and the North, as long as they decided to forcefully intervene, it was basically under their control. Unless the other side could bring out something of the same level as them, such as that and that, it was better not to make such a fuss. Of course, in addition to those two things, they were also looking forward to seeing something interesting in the North. However, that would probably only appear in the next confrontation. The first round, they would just treat it as a face-to-face confrontation. First, they would scare the other side. When they met again in the second round, the group in the North should have prepared some surprises. Seeing the worried look on Mu Tsangyuan and the others' faces, Yun Nuashing suddenly reminded them, you may have been dealing with demonized life forms all this time, which can also be considered as a demonized race. But this time, you will be fighting against people who can be considered as your former compatriots. Even if you don't know them, war has nothing to do with whether you know them or not. Mu Tsangyuan scratched his head in distress, scratching his ears and cheeks. He was so conflicted that even his hair was messed up. I don't know. All the efforts we've made, all the things we've done, were just to deal with the demonized life forms. At most, there are small personal disputes and conflicts between humans. This is something that cannot be avoided in life. But why did it become the current situation? Why do we have to kill each other? The demonized creatures are still eyeing us covetously in the chaos demon wilderness. You know that the northern region can control the demonized creatures, right? Yun Nuashing said faintly. Seeing that he nodded hesitantly, she continued, they don't care about this. The situation has developed to this point, and there is basically no room for a reversal. They can coexist with the demonized creatures to ensure a way out. Although it hasn't been verified yet whether they can survive in the chaos demon wilderness, as long as there is a way out, they can be justified. Whether they are the only ones left in this world or not, they have nothing to fear. The ones they really have to worry about are not them, but us, their enemies, our group, everyone in this region. In short, we have to fight, right? The 7-foot-tall young man rubbed his hands and sighed with a complicated tone. Since we have decided to fight, no matter who the opponent is, we just have to fight. Mu Tsangyuan frowned. He sighed awkwardly, lowered his head and murmured, Sorry, I'll go and calm down first. Well, I'll come back before the battle. Seeing that the young man left with a conflicted expression, Lon Lon hurriedly followed. Yun Nuashing cast an indifferent gaze at the 7-foot-tall young man. The latter smiled bitterly and scratched his head. Sung Yuan is very conflicted when faced with this kind of thing, but give him some time and he will recover. In the past, we were also in charge of helping to deal with some small conflicts within the human race. They were all relatively small conflicts and were not as exaggerated as this. At that time, Sung Yuan also looked unwilling and unbearable. Oh, Yun Nuashing suddenly understood. Is he a child who loves to daydream, imagining that there are no conflicts in the world, that everyone gets along well, that you love me and I love you? In short, happy things are over? Maybe that's probably it. A little naive? Yun Nuashing breathed a sigh of relief and turned to walk slowly towards where I Ching was. As she walked, she said, "Unfortunately, that is only an eternal dream, a dream that only exists in the heart. It will never, ever, ever come true. This world, this void, this order. It's just a joke." Her tone was as if she had completely given up on treatment and rescue. There was a hint of mockery in her tone, which made them have mixed feelings. Sun Yuan had Lon Lon with him, and they had nothing to do, so they would just follow Feng Ling and the others for the time being. 2 hours would pass in the time it takes to drink a pot of tea. While they were sipping their tea, they negotiated with little green child about how they would fight, limiting the use of a large number of inhuman, destructive energy attacks and various saturated energy bombardments. Their current plan was still to bait the enemy. This was their debut, and all they needed to do was to make a grand entrance and give the Northern Realms a head-on blow. Still, they did not say that they were going to flip those bastards over like they were turtles. That kind of battle plan that was full of explosions was delightful. Or no, it was shocking. After suppressing 1/3 of the explosives, they followed Shu Qing and Monitor to meet the other people from the Tianqian world. This group of people was in good spirits, especially when they saw them appear. Their eyes were shining brightly like a light source. From their eyes, he saw an unwavering thought. Fight! Fight them! Fight them! When are we going to fight them? He felt an indignant resentment from this momentum. He suddenly understood. It seemed that the people from the Tianqian world had been suppressed and beaten up by the people from the primordial world in the last battle. Now, they were anxious to take revenge. It seemed that Shu Qing and the others had accurately conveyed the news of the battle. They had been holding back for a long time, which was not a bad thing. They met Li De and the others again on the largest flying ship in the fleet. Uncle Bird and the others had hurriedly cleaned themselves up and changed into the clothes of the great shrine that they had not seen for a long time. Now they looked much more pleasing to the eye than their previous unkempt and ragged appearance. However, this uncle still had that bird on his shoulder, which made him feel that this uncle was out for a walk. The adjustment has been completed. We can launch an attack at any time. Li De reported softly. As for our combat power, we have a total of... Wait, stop. You just need to know that. Yun Nuashing slowly waved her hand and interrupted his speech. You have to deal with the various commanding matters yourselves. This is your territory, your army, and your strength. I'm just an emotionless tool. At most, I can shout attack, flank attack, flip the floor, or something like that. You are definitely more familiar with your internal affairs. Li De and the others. Although this was indeed the case, was it really okay to say it so bluntly? Li De coughed dryly, trying to salvage the image of the guardian of the will that he had personally torn apart. Everyone was very excited after hearing that the guardian of the will had arrived. Their morale soared, and they are all ready to attack. You guys are already excited? Yun Nuashing responded in surprise. She crossed her arms and had a strange expression on her face. Then won't you guys be so excited when I make the first move? Everyone. Although they didn't know what she meant, they understood that she was going to make the first move. It seemed like she was going to be the first to cheer them on. We couldn't bear it and carefully tugged at Feng's clothes. Phone that. Although it's necessary to cheer them on, and it's also necessary to make a high-profile appearance. But can you just be a little more lenient? I'm afraid that your sword or arrow will vaporize the enemy along with their base camp. Okay, then. Yun Nuashing squinted and snorted, her face full of disdain. 1/3 of them will do, right? If it's possible, then I'll throw you over, okay? Then do as you please. I won't say any more, okay? This was the front line of the war between the two regions. On this plain, if one kept looking west from where the Eastern Army was stationed, one would be able to see the enemy's formation on the opposite shore from a considerable distance away. Unlike their arrangement, there was only one huge building on their side. It was like an enlarged version of a city tower, and it looked like an extraordinarily huge, extra-large fortress. Its massive size was intimidating at first glance. That thing was at least 20,000 kilometers in length, width, and height. The energy barrier that spread out horizontally released monstrous black smoke, and the smoke kept rolling. There were demonized life forms in the sky and on the ground, and their numbers. Forget it, there was no need to count. Anyway, they were all measured in billions. Only God knew how many things were hidden in that smoky place. Just by looking at it from a distance, one could feel the astonishing aura. The demonized energy that existed there was already boiling. Needless to say, all their combat power was hidden in the monstrous cloud of demonized energy. That was the power that the northern region used to deal with the eastern region. In the past 100 years, this army had advanced courageously and won every battle. Later, a group of people from the primordial world joined their camp, and their strength increased by another level. If there were no accidents, this army could crush the eastern region's forces from the west all the way to the east. To be honest, I find it very strange that a new group of forces joined the northern region. Lida couldn't help but frown. What do you mean? Lida rubbed his eyebrows and said in confusion. After they split from us, they became extremely xenophobic. Even after annexing the territories in the chaotic lands, they only treated the new members as better tools and cannon fodder. Yes, they have always been like this. I even saw the demonized life forms accidentally killing their tools and cannon fodder on the battlefield. However, the battle was very chaotic. On their side, perhaps only they knew about this accident. The other people involved might not know about it. With their nature, why would they let a group of people who suddenly appeared become their important force? They even used their unknown power to protect that group of people. I don't understand the relationship between them. Yun Nuashing thought for a while and said, perhaps the tools in the past were not suitable for them, so they didn't even plan to take care of them. This time they finally found some useful tools, so they naturally have to take good care of them. Only then can they be better used, right? That makes sense. Yun Nuashing shrugged. According to what he said, he felt that the people in the northern region and the people from the primordial world were most likely using each other with ulterior motives. Perhaps the people from the primordial world also knew that the people from the heavenly mystic world were here, so they chose to cooperate with the northern region to attack. It's okay, I'll just kill them all later. Oh, no, I have to catch 2 or 3 useful ones. Speaking of which, I don't know if a group of people is important or not. They probably can't be used as bargaining chips on the table of the primordial world, unless there's a high-level person hiding in there, or someone related to the high-level person. This trick should be useless. Then, should I just kill them all? Boom, boom, boom. A dull, thunder-like sound echoed between heaven and earth. The heavy sound of heavy objects moving slowly through space attracted everyone's attention. The great shrine and the light chaser tower, which were standing at the front, began to move. They led the entire army and began to slowly approach the army in the northern region in the distance. The densely packed flying ships in the sky also emitted a surging energy response, maintaining a constant distance from the barrier as they moved forward. Although there's still some time, we have to move into position first. Sensing that Yun Nuashing was slightly stunned, Li Da explained softly. Seeing him tilt his head and frown slightly, Lida couldn't help but ask, "Or is there something wrong?" Yun Nuashing shook his head. "Oh, no, I'm just thinking you don't seem to have a concealment function, right?" "Ah, there's indeed no concealment method. It's too energy-consuming to conceal an entire army, and the power of will is not enough. Using too much willpower to conceal a barrier will cause the power of will to disperse too much and damage the structure," Lida said with an embarrassed smile. Yun Nuashing face-bombed helplessly. This was the effect of Generation Break, but he didn't expect Generation Break to be able to make a barrier. Forget it. He originally planned to launch a frontal assault to lure the people behind them. Then he would launch a frontal assault and drive them crazy. He believed that when they began to move, the other side would also make a move. The intensity of the demonized energy has begun to increase. They're beginning to move. A warrior from the Great Shrine shouted loudly. Look, he knew it. This was simply putting their cards on the table to fight to their heart's content. Forget it. He thought it was a little more complicated. He didn't have to worry about it. A frontal assault would be enough. Speed up. Although it hasn't been 2 hours yet, it seems that you're ready. Yun Nuashing sighed softly and waved his hand. Just get there in 10 minutes. As for me, I'll start attacking in the last minute. As they continued to approach the army in the northern region, Yun Nuashing gradually heard a roar mixed with the power of will. It was the noise made by countless demonized life forms when they were moving. However, it seemed to be slightly different. It made him feel slightly displeased and a little irritated. If he didn't plan to lure them, he would have quieted down the entire area. Chapter 2006. An exceedingly dazzling beam of energy cut through the silence between heaven and earth, plummeting straight down into the region shrouded in black fog, tearing a huge crater that resembled the eye of a typhoon out of the clouds that stretched over millions of miles before landing unhurriedly on the ground below. The burst of energy blew away most of the thick black clouds, exposing the majestic form of the shining white energy beam before the advancing warriors of the eastern region. They watched as the energy beam vanished in a flicker, and a huge crater appeared near the center of the enemy ranks. The area around the crater had become a no-man's land, with demonized life forms and other things no longer existing. Only the energy phenomenon caused by the surge of energy was still surging endlessly. Yun Nuashing lowered his hands that were knocked on his bow. Not too many, not too few. We have taken out 1/3 of the demonized beings. Although some other things were unavoidably caught in the center of the explosion, I did not count them, but the number should not be too many. He looked back at Li Da and the others who were a little stunned and nodded. All right, let's attack. Let's charge and crush them. Li Da shuddered as he came back to his senses. He quickly looked at Hao Run with a complicated gaze, and then waved at the temple warriors beside him. Although they were still a little distance away, the group of warriors who had witnessed the energy explosion in the enemy's formation had already charged forward with a towering momentum. Taking advantage of the huge hole in the energy barrier formed by the demonized energy before it was repaired, they launched a storm of attacks. The demonized beings that had no intelligence to speak of had just gotten up from the ground and were driven by their instincts to charge fearlessly at the group of people who had torn the barrier apart. But as they could not gather enough demonized beings, they were just cannon fodder. They did not even have the chance to make a decent counterattack before they were casually wiped out by the temple warriors' bombardment. I Ching crouched on the crack of the barrier, with both hands holding the crack. With a loud roar, he removed a piece that was tens of thousands of miles long and wide. Then he kicked the barrier right in front of him and shattered it. The gate is open. There is no obstruction ahead. Everyone charge. That guy over there. Clean up the demonized energy and don't let it block the way. The gates were wide open, and the great path led to the heavens. The overflowing demonized energy quickly dissipated like a receding tide, revealing the dense, demonized life forms hidden within, as well as a similarly majestic fleet among them. Almost at the instant the two sides met, The space was devoured by countless energy flames. Without any preparation, both sides began to fight with their lives on the line, with the people of the northern region even taking the initiative to disperse the energy barrier that had a huge hole in it. This time, there were no obstacles at all. Having been caught unprepared, the northern regions had finally finished reorganizing after losing a portion of their forces. Then, almost without delay, they launched a frenzied counterattack against the eastern warriors, with innumerable hordes of demonized life forms and light chasers charging together. It was an awkward sight, no matter how one looked at it. However, I didn't expect the other party to be so calm after being hit in the head. We looked at the battle ahead and whistled. The panic only lasted for about 3 minutes, and then they reorganized and began their counterattack after 5 minutes. TSK, TSK. To not be dumbfounded after taking one of your energy blasts, Maple, that's interesting. Still, why did you attack without saying a word? Yun Nuashing frowned and turned to look at him, trying to keep her tone as calm as possible. No, it's just 2 or 3 minutes away. They're so noisy, I just wanted them to be quiet. We turned to look ahead and made an oh sound. That's true. Those things are even noisier than the abyssal death mist spawn when they're gathered together. They're so noisy that oil is coming out of my ears. Still, it's a little quieter now. Annoying. They're so noisy. Yun Nuashing shook her head gently. Her brow furrowed tightly as impatience showed between her brows. Noisy, repetitive, and noisy. The irritating noises left her face ferocious, and she reflexively knocked an arrow on her bow. Then, she glanced at Little Green and the others who were charging ahead and quietly lowered her bow. That arrow would cause a lot of accidental casualties, so forget it. We looked at her curiously and frowned. The commotion was quite loud and noisy, but that was only referring to the loud voices of the demonized beings. When the fight really broke out, the sound of various energy blasts was much smaller than the front line of the void. Over there, all sorts of energy blasts mixed with order, and order had a penetrating sound. In terms of noise level, this place was not as noisy as the front line of the void. Moreover, there were layers of energy barriers for soundproofing here. When Maple said that they were so noisy, he quickly put them up. He felt that the noise now was negligible. But looking at Maple now, he seemed to be overly irritated. The soundproofing and whatnot seemed to be completely useless. Lifting the bow one moment and holding it down the next. His spasmodic look did not look like he was fine at all. But everyone was acting normal, and no one was as irritated as him. That Maple, what? We could not help but laugh and cry. His extremely impatient voice seemed to be very irritated. Do you want to look at us? Yun Nuashing turned to look at them with an irritated face, seeing that everyone was indifferent except for him, who was grumpy like a fool. He was stunned for a moment. Then he could not help but say, "Don't you think it's noisy? It's already so noisy and you can still be so calm. Or am I losing my cool? I don't think so. It was fine just now." He turned his head and looked forward with a ferocious face. "It's just that I really want to smash something now. Can I do it? Can I do it? Look at the large area in front of us. I'll smash it with my hammer. Everyone. If you can, try not to say it." In the beginning, he put on a face of strategizing and said inducing words. Now he was so irritable that he wanted to destroy everything in sight. This is just, something is not right. Something is not right. His irritable look now is completely caused by something. For example, he was tormented by the restlessness of his own origin energy and annihilation energy. But now they are quite quiet. They have been quiet since they came to this world. So it has nothing to do with them. So it should be something else. What could it be? Sui Qing suddenly walked 2 feet in front of him. She slightly raised her head and stared into his eyes. Her blue starry eyes flickered with deep starlight. He could faintly see some kind of pattern flickering in her eyes, combining and dispersing. She looked at him for a while and softly said, "So that's how it is." "How is it?" So you came up to Sui Qing's shoulder and whispered, Is Little Star possessed by evil? Yun Nuashing. Although he was a little irritable now, he was not possessed by evil. Well, he was not a fragile physical body. How could he have such an ability? But this girl's interruption calmed him down a little. Sui Qing nodded slightly and raised her finger to point at Fengling. Then she turned around and pointed at the battlefield. She said softly, "There is a very well-hidden presence coming out from their base. It covers this part of the world. I think it should be some kind of energy mixed with the power of will. That energy can even penetrate the energy barrier we left behind and affect Fengling." Everyone was stunned. Little Angel quickly went over to check Little Star. After checking him up and down for a while, she could not find any clues. She could not help but frown. Is it only affecting Little Star? But why are we fine? For now, I don't know. Sui Qing shook her head and turned her blue eyes to Fengling again. After knowing the reason, he seemed to have calmed down a little. However, he was even more confused. If there is a possible connection, maybe. See, you clapped her hands. The Guardian of Will. Sui Qing nodded slightly. They were outsiders. They did not have much connection with this world. Fengling's nature was a mystery. No one knew what in him had intersected and resonated with this world. Since there was already a resonance and intersection, there might be a second one. Do you have something specially designed to deal with the Guardian of Will? Or did such a thing exist in history? We turned to look at Li Da and the others. Sir Bird immediately shook his head. There is no such thing. Moreover, no matter how special the Guardian of Will is, he is still a special person, a special individual. If you have to say that it is specially designed to deal with the Guardian of Will, I can only think of some kind of energy creation that uses the power of will to target a specific, powerful, and pure will. It's just that this thing doesn't make sense logically. Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head. Using the power of will against a specific and powerful will was not even possible. Of course, there was no confirmation that this was the case. Perhaps it was some kind of energy creation that once existed in this world. Sir Bird's ignorance did not mean that this world did not have it. After all, their knowledge of the previous 5 generations had been completely cut off. So, it was entirely possible that there was something they did not know about. In short, there is a mysterious thing that has hooked up with me, right? Yun Nuashing covered his face with both of his hands. His pair of colorful eyes peeked through the gaps between his fingers. That frightening gaze made everyone feel that he had become even crazier than before. Furthermore, I don't even need to guess to know that this thing has something to do with the people of the Northern Realms. Since none of you know about this, I can probably assume that they have learned about this after they betrayed us. Arg, this is so hard to deal with. Let me unleash a torrent of energy to wipe them all out. Little Angel and Blue Phoenix quickly went up to hold him down. Shuang Shuang tried to cover him with her own energy. Little Star, are you okay? I'm fine. It doesn't affect me at all. It's just annoying. That sound, it makes me want to smash it. Yun Nuashing's irritable and furious expression suddenly disappeared. He quickly pulled the girl off his body and rushed forward to grab the shield in Huey's hand. He threw it at the side of their base camp like a dart. Just when everyone thought that he was going to smash the world with his shield, their expressions changed abruptly. Without saying a word, they raised their energy barriers. It was also at this moment that Li Da and the others suddenly shouted, "Abnormal demonized energy detected. A huge amount of demonized energy is gathering. Everyone, pay attention to defense." They were ready to defend. Sir System's sudden shout resounded throughout the entire base camp, startling those who were engaged in a fierce battle in front of them. Some of them subconsciously turned their heads. Shortly after, an unusual dark energy suddenly burst out from the empty space on the left side of the base camp. It was a black energy pillar that was 1,000,000 miles long. It suddenly smashed onto the barrier of the base camp like a solidified stick. The vast energy that erupted instantly flooded the entire base camp. causing everyone to widen their eyes in shock. Don't worry, continue to attack. If these bastards want to fight, we can handle them at home. You just have to take them down first. A sunny and calm voice rang in everyone's mind, causing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Although the scene of the explosion of demonized energy was still in front of them, they were no longer as nervous. They turned their heads and continued to fight the people from the northern region. The mighty impact of the demonized energy continued to explode for more than 10 seconds before it slowly dissipated. After the grand fireworks faded, a layer of golden energy barrier that stood between heaven and earth appeared in front of them. Dazzling golden energy, thunder jumped on the surface and regrouped, gradually condensing into a void, general greeting gesture. Everyone. That gesture was really, after hitting Huey's head with a karate chop, Yun Nuashing quickly walked a few steps to the side of the base camp. With a wave of her hand, several chains of order burst out from the space around her and pierced into the empty space in front of her. The surging energy that contained the power of the origin captured the things hidden in the dark, causing them to quickly reveal themselves. Suddenly, the entire sky was dyed with a faint, transparent layer of black, like a reflection in the water. Those were demonized beings that were using a more crude method to teleport through space. Such methods had been eliminated by them for who knows how many eras. They did not expect that they could still use it now. There was no telling if it was a method that was forced out to deal with the spatial problems of this world. Oh, right. There was another large force from the northern region that was rushing out of the teleportation. Their size was twice as large as the ones in front of them, and there were also countless airships mixed in. Are they hedgehogs? Why is there such a big reaction when I poke them? We looked at the size and could not help but exclaim to Reed. The size over there and the size of the battle in front is already 4 times your size, right? Although most of them are demonized beings. Reed, who was urgently commanding the battle, smiled bitterly when he heard that. He then said a few more important things before replying. You said that most of them are demonized beings. 3 out of the 4 times are demonized beings. Look at the chaotic, demonic wasteland surrounded by the sea. If they wanted to, they could capture the demonized beings from anywhere. Even gathering the demonized beings from the easternmost part of the eastern region should not be a problem. Reed looked at the battlefield before him, and then turned to look at the new batch of combat forces that were about to be teleported out. At that moment, he appeared calm. Should we retreat and regroup first? It's not too late to retreat now. Fight, keep fighting. What retreat? What's there to retreat for? He rolled his eyes and put his hands on his hips. Even if they increase their size by 10,000 times, or even 1,000,000 times, they are just cannon fodder. Coincidentally, we have a plan to deal with cannon fodder. Don't worry. Today, we must beat the crap out of them. Everyone was stupefied. Hui rubbed his chin and continued to mutter, but it's strange. Why did they suddenly change sides? We just showed up and did not do anything. We just smashed a hole for them. Is there a need to have such a big reaction? Reed saw Hui looking at him and shook his head. We have never seen them so nervous before. They sent out such a heavy force. Yun Nuashing's expression changed slightly. The sound changed. Hui was stunned. What? The sound that annoys me. Yun Nuashing lowered his head and pulled his bangs, his brows furrowed. The sound just now, it was like the sound of the world since being restless. It was disgusting and uncomfortable. Now the sound has become very strange. It's low, restless, mixed with the sound of the void becoming manic and a disaster erupting. Well, it's also mixed with a lot of willpower. But it's very strange, very strange. This sound, no, I know what it is. He suddenly looked up and widened his colorful eyes. This is the sound of the thoughts of billions of lives exploding, mixed with the manic energy and the restless void. It's completely the same, completely the same. Indeed, it's very similar to the world sins. And at this time, the thoughts led by the thoughts changed from manic to restless, anxious, and silent. Thought tide. Huey's eyes widened. Everyone looked at each other and looked at the thing that was about to emerge. Their expressions suddenly became ferocious and strange. There was only a large number of demonized lives in front of them, and he said that the sound had changed when they were about to emerge. There was definitely a connection between the two, but what kind of connection could make the demonized lives and the thoughts be connected? They had not seen such a thing happen to him in the previous 2 places in this world. C was anxious and suddenly shouted, "Could it be that they used this sound to control the demonized lives?" It was a completely unreasonable guess, but there were only 2 things that had just happened. One was that they were attacked by other teams in the northern region. The other was that the sound had changed. These 2 things happened at the same time, so they should be related, right? There were not so many things that happen alone in this world, right? And it happened at the same place and at the same time. I don't care. He suddenly waved his hand hard to dissipate the gloomy atmosphere. Then he clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. All in all, this is an unusual situation, right? Phone, where did the sound that made you feel disgusted come from? Can you sense it? Nuashing frowned slightly. He closed his eyes and sensed carefully. In such a chaotic and noisy scene, he was actually able to focus his attention. If it wasn't for the fact that this sound was so annoying and made him think of some bad things, he wouldn't be so annoyed. Feng slowly raised his hand. He immediately got ready and stared at the battlefield in front of him. Then Feng's finger suddenly turned to the team that was coming to attack them. There! In the deepest part, it seems that it doesn't intend to follow the team out of the space jump. They are quite cautious. Are they planning to hide behind and solve the problem without showing up? We quickly took out a shield and a sword. But it's a pity. It's useless to be cautious. If they want to kill us, they have to bring at least 1,000,000 times more combat power. Feng! Let's bring that annoying thing over and see what's going on. You stabilize yourself and don't do anything. I'm afraid that you will accidentally lose control while smashing. Yun Nuashing grimaced with a ferocious face. How can I lose control? I don't know who couldn't control himself last time and dug out someone's heart with his claws. Everyone scolded. Yun Nuashing shrank his neck and didn't say anything. That was himself. Forget it. There was nothing to say. He really couldn't control himself. While they were talking, the army had already completed the space jump. In less than 2 minutes, an army that was like a black cloud that was about to destroy the city appeared in the space to the side. The surging momentum made one's scalp tingle, but it was only a matter of a moment. Boom! The moment this large army appeared, they were taken care of by the same level of firepower. In the blink of an eye, we had already roared and led the charge forward. Under the cover of the energy fireworks, he quickly pierced into the enemy's formation and smashed the shield in his hand heavily on the ground. Holy shock! The holy shock that erupted from the center of the enemy's formation burst out like a huge whirlpool. However, it didn't suck people into the whirlpool. Instead, it pulled everything within the range of its influence into a pile and then ruthlessly threw it out. The impact of the holy energy that erupted disintegrated countless demonized life forms. It's not exciting to fight these. They are not as exciting as the abyssal death mist manifestation. Go Zhongming muttered. He exerted force under his feet and a destructive energy wrapped around his body. A moment later, he rushed into the enemy's formation like an arrow leaving the bow. It looked like he wanted to rush into the depths of the enemy's formation. I'll go beat them up. Ning Fei, come and help me. Ning Fei covered his face and shrugged at Mr. Feng, who had a strange look on his face. That's just how he is. He likes to find a tough nut to crack. Well, I'll go and help. Tens of thousands of energy torrents burst out in front of them after they broke into the enemy's formation. The energy barrier on the opposite side had been shattered by the energy explosion from the inside. Not even a piece of debris was left. Siyu and Shuang, who had just released a powerful impact of order, joined forces again to hold up an energy field, completely enveloping the enemy who had no barrier or field protection. Now, that area was under the control of the two girls. This was the time for them to control the field. The people in the formation would only continue to be subjected to their violent energy impact. Yun Nuashing thought for a moment. So why don't you use the primeval domain? Siyu trembled and stuck out her tongue. I don't want to be focused on. It's scary. Well, even though the basic situation was that one would be focused on the instant he activated his original domain, in this strange world, it was hard to say whether or not these fellows who didn't possess the power of order would be able to recognize this formation. Well, forget it. With their strength, wiping out this entire army would be a piece of cake. They would just be bullying others. Suiqing and Little Li knew that they were bullying others, so they didn't make a move. Little Angel was also observing the battle by the side. She kept tugging at his hair and staring at him. After all, they were a group of generals who were decisive forces. That's right, no matter which world they were in, they could become generals. Yes, generals. Whether it was Hui, Siyu, or Blue Phoenix, they were all top combat forces in the world of order. They were generals. It sounded very impressive. He was different. He was at the calamity level. When others looked at him, they had to divide him into different levels of calamity. This did not sound impressive at all. At first, it sounded too dangerous. No one knew who took the lead to call him calamity level, but it was probably Hui. In short, in this battle between the northern region and the eastern region, even if the heaven mystic world and the primeval domain joined in, they would not be able to become the main force. However, they were different. Any one of them could directly lead the entire battle because of their extremely powerful strength. The little angel might be the most ferocious one here because she could bless everyone in the eastern region with a set of blessings. Then a large group of guys who had been strengthened thousands or tens of thousands of times could be seen roaring and attacking the northern region crazily. The scene would definitely be shocking. At the same time, it could also cause 10,000 points of damage to the young hearts of the enemies. Anyway, it was just bullying. Well, it was just bullying. Since the other side had been bullied to such an extent, it was time to retreat and regroup. Then they could loot something good, detecting an extremely large amount of demonic energy gathering. Order and rules are being distorted. Pay attention to the defense in front. Everyone, retreat. Damn it! Frustration surged to his head again. These guys were quite stubborn, weren't they? Half of the troops in front had been torn apart. More than half of the troops who had launched a sneak attack from the sides had been killed by the powerful energy encirclement. At this moment, they were still confident enough to continue flipping the cards instead of retreating and regrouping. Good. Very powerful. Very powerful. Very spirited. He would accompany them. He liked this kind of guy who fought head-on with him. Very interesting. Buzz. The light gathered, and a long energy, buzzing sound attracted everyone's attention. They saw Yun Nuashing's raised right hand condense into a long sword made of brilliant light. He looked straight ahead, where the space was extremely distorted. The energy slowly gathered and released a storm-like energy aura. Colorful light burst out from every part of his body, like a sun. I will tear your world into pieces. Chapter 2007. When people were forced into a corner, they would either jump over a wall or stimulate some kind of potential. There were also people who had been irritable for an entire day and angered themselves half to death. Ahem, when they were irritable, they would recklessly flip the cards and start doing whatever they wanted. Without saying anything, they would first throw out everything in their hands. As for how effective they were, that was not something they cared about. In short, they had to flip the cards. If they did not flip the cards, they would not have the chance to do so again. However, he did not expect that this group of fellows who had forced themselves into a corner would make such a big move. TSK. Looking at the huge black vortex in the sky, the twisting energy vortex with a diameter of 1,000,000 miles, the strength of the energy gathering, and the strength of the countless demonized life forms that seemed to be offering sacrifices, the vortex quickly turned from a flat surface into a three-dimensional cylindrical shape. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in all directions, and after the space and void collapsed, an immeasurable amount of energy poured into the vortex. The converging demonized energy had already tainted the space with deep darkness. A huge and heart-palpitating aura slowly came from the center of the vortex, rising and falling as if it was constantly agitating. He also saw a figure that was not afraid of death. That was little Qing Zi suddenly grabbed the scrapped energy tower and energy core of the previous generation. He shouted loudly and used all his strength to hit this pile of things into the center of the whirlpool. It seemed that he wanted to use a powerful energy explosion to destroy this. The energy explosion exploded on time. The spewing flames did not even last for 2 seconds before they were torn into pieces and devoured by the violent, demonized energy inside. The huge vortex did not even let out a burp. I Ching's face turned green when he saw the scene that was like an ant trying to shake a tree. He quickly ran away before he was pulled in by the increasingly violent energy. Wow. Lord Hui, this thing can't be done. We apply to use the new generation energy tower. Don't apply. Hui threw the shield out, and it pierced through a large airship. He saw the people on the ship struggling in the energy storm as if they had fallen into the water. He thought for a moment and decided to ignore them. He turned his head and looked at the extra-large whirlpool. That should be an energy explosion comparable to the high-level premier. Don't waste the energy towers. I'll just go and block it. It's not a big problem. But this northern region is really interesting. How did they figure out such a powerful energy attack? Even though the power of order is obviously not strong enough, he can still come up with such a method of attack. The power of order now should be at the peak of the mid-tier yuanshi. Interesting. I Ching was silent for 2 seconds. He turned to look at the headquarters in the eastern region and couldn't help but ask, "Then, Sir Hui, why don't you turn back and take a look?" What kind of accident could possibly happen? Holy shit. Hui didn't pay much attention to it and turned his head back. When he turned back, he was dumbfounded. He saw a brilliant golden storm spreading in circles and spirals above the base camp. The endless destructive aura and manic aura inside made his jaw drop. He didn't even need to look to know who had caused this commotion. Hearing Sir Hui's screams, I Ching calmly wiped the sweat off his forehead. Well, Sir Feng's energy has already reached its peak and is still increasing. I think he's switching states. We'll try to use the new generation of energy towers as a defense in secret. Now we're bringing the others back to the base. Before he finished speaking, the light storm spiraling in the sky dimmed slightly, as if it had been dyed with a bit of white. Maple's multicolored figure also seemed to have turned into a white star due to the overly bright colors. That was the power of Source beginning. This fellow had changed his energy form for the second time. This aura, this power was enough to shake the heavens and rend the earth. It was already impossible to stop him now. In just a short while, Maple had already gone berserk. This sword strike. In any case, when he saw it, he already felt numb. Speaking of which, was this fellow's control of Source Beginning's power becoming more and more proficient? Well, I don't think so. If he was already good at it, he wouldn't have held it back for so long. Anyway, let's get everyone ready. This place is hopeless. Let's throw it away. Source's storm is about to blow. If you don't want to be flustered in the storm and drown, let's run. The center of the storm began to move slowly. Yun Nuashing held the rhythm of light in his right hand and stepped out of the barrier of the eastern headquarters. As soon as he stepped out, Sui Qing and the others immediately rushed forward to reinforce the barrier a few hundred times. Li Da and the others were sweating. although they didn't know what was going to happen later. They just had to call everyone back. The golden white storm was unstoppable. Yun Nuashing stared at the cylindrical vortex formed by the demonic energy in the distance. He squinted his eyes and stared at the deepest part of it as if he was staring into an abyss. The feeling that came from it made him puzzled. However, it didn't seem like a good time to delve into it. He took a deep breath, held the rhythm of light in his right hand, and half knelt in the space. His sword penetrated the space and took root in Source's environment. Become the remains of Source. Nothingness, rhythm of light. The energy storm that had gone beyond the limit of control was instantly torn into pieces by a burst of violent energy. It turned into an unstoppable energy shock wave that rushed to the end of one's vision in an instant. The brilliant radiance released a continuous energy shock wave the moment it rushed out, scattering light all over the world. Everyone who saw the scene up close could only recall the scene of the golden light blooming, the scene of a gust of wind blowing their cheeks askew. And then that was it. They were really blinded. Their eyes and senses were no longer useful. Even through the layers of barriers, they could feel the earth-shattering movement. The entire thick defense line that was tens of millions of miles long was pushed hundreds of meters away by the unstoppable shock wave. The incessant energy shock wave lasted for 10 seconds, ending with a violent burst of energy that could destroy the world. Feeling that things had quieted down, everyone who had been sprawled on the ship slowly got to their feet and sighed at the clear blue sky. The sky is so clean. The battlefield had disappeared after the energy shock wave. The tumbling vortex had caused a huge ruckus, but it was a pity that it was destroyed before it could unleash its energy. All the energy it had gathered was shattered by the golden white energy storm that erupted a dozen times in a second, and there was nothing left in sight. The entire space was so clean that it was as if it had just been created. Yes, there was only the sky and the earth and nothing else. The people of the northern reaches, the ships, the light chasers, everything was gone. Not even ashes could be found. She calmly rubbed her slightly crooked cheeks and used her hands to gently tidy up her messy long hair. Her gray eyes were barely visible. Energy identification defense successful. It has successfully blocked 90% of the energy impact. It can still be improved. I Ching and the others who were sprawled on the ground could not help but smile bitterly. Although it was a good thing. Yes, it would not be a problem if the energy shock wave was suppressed, but that there was no way to block the energy storm. Their faces were all blown askew. Although, even if their faces were askew, it was still better than being forced to take a bath in the Source environment. It was better. Is it over? Lida could not help muttering as he looked at the clear blue sky with lingering fear. After a while, he breathed a sigh of relief when he did not sense any unusual presence. But just as he thought that it was over and was about to relax, his eyes suddenly widened. No, the demonized energy is still gathering. Everyone stay alert. Everyone who was sprawled on the ground jumped up at once. They did not even bother to clean up their mouths. Their faces contorted in agony as they quickly gathered energy in all directions. Wait, give me 2 seconds. It's done. It's over. Huey's anxious shout echoed in the base camp, startling everyone who was ready to fight again. They had just sensed that the demonic energy that was still strengthening was dissipating bit by bit at this moment, as if it had just condensed halfway and then slowly dissipated. About half a minute later, Hui came out of a dimensional rift. He looked particularly battered at the moment. The shield and sword in his hand were stained with blood, and his face was stained with blood. It seemed that he had taken advantage of the chaos to slaughter a group of people from the northern region. His face was stained with blood, but he still had a bright smile on his face. It was scary to look at him. I've touched that thing. Hui waved his hand, causing the shield and sword to dissipate. He then took out something from the space behind him and placed it in front of everyone. It was some kind of structure that was made by combining the energy crystals mixed with willpower, magic crystals, and purifying magic stone. It looked like what was it, a sex toy? A pillar? It looked like something like an hourglass. In the center of the hourglass, there was a string connected to the left and the right like an axis. It looked a bit like a toy, the kind of toy that he played with when he was young, the one with a ball hanging on it. What was it again? It was about 10 feet tall. The end of the string on the ground was a string that went through the hourglass horizontally. It was slowly rotating along the axis of the string. There were a few faint energy halos at the top and bottom of the string. They could clearly see that this energy creation was slowly releasing some kind of energy, causing the space to fluctuate slightly. However, it was now tightly wrapped by thousands of layers of energy barriers, and the energy inside would not leak out at all. Hui fiddled with this thing to make it spin faster. He immediately turned his head and said, "Foam! Did you hear that strange sound? Is it gone now? What are you looking at? What's wrong?" Only then did everyone realize that there was someone who had not said a word since the end of the attack. Now he was still standing there with his arms crossed and brows knitted. He looked like he was thinking of something, but also like he could not think of anything. Yun Nuashing only came back to her senses when she heard Huey's voice. She knocked on her forehead and looked at the sky one last time. She turned and returned to the airship. She waved her hand at the puzzled crowd and said, "Well, I thought of something, but I can't remember it at all." "Something? What is it?" Yun Nuashing pulled at his hair in distress. Just now, the attack that they were preparing to launch was mixed with how should I put it? There was a feeling that there was a slightly familiar aura. Familiar, when I've seen it before when it happened, but I can't remember it all. I can't even recognize what it is. Anyway, it was not the origin energy or the annihilation energy. He shook his head and threw the matter aside. He looked at the thing that Hui brought back. This is what they used to cause trouble. Indeed, the sound has disappeared. Hey, when I touched it, they were trying their best to destroy this thing. Hui wiped the blood off his face and smiled brightly. Because it was too urgent, I had to kill them. What a pity. I thought I could capture one alive and ask them what they were up to. Yun Nuashing walked around the hourglass for a while. She patted the barrier and tried to poke her head in. Then her expression changed, and she quickly retracted her head. She grimaced in disgust. Okay, it's really this thing. Can this thing be closed? I can't go in and do anything if it's just trapped inside. Hui was silent for 2 seconds. He scratched his head and acted cute. Hey. Well, there was no other way. It was good enough that they could trap it here. Otherwise, they would have to fight here for a while longer. The reinforcement of the demonized life forms had stopped after this thing was trapped. That proved that this thing could indeed allow the demonized life forms to come in an endless stream. With their strength, it was not difficult to get rid of the demonized life forms. They were just cannon fodder after all. But when they thought about how the demonized life forms could endlessly come in like the abyssal death mist-spawn, their faces turned green. They almost had a stress reaction when they imagined the endless stream of demonized life forms rushing towards them. The battle had come to an end. The people of the northern region were nowhere to be seen after that round of energy shock. It was hard to tell how many of them had died. When they saw the golden light, they were already running for their lives. Even if they were locked on by Source's power and held back by the barrier, some of them should have managed to escape. But those who escaped were calculated to be let go. As for how many of them could escape, it would depend on their own abilities. The demonized life forms summoned by this strange thing were all dead. After losing this thing, the demonized life forms no longer came in as reinforcements. The space had been quiet for 5 minutes now. It seemed that no one would come to fight anymore. So they could just leave the post-war matters to the old man while they focused on their own business. Yun Nuashing walked around the barrier for a few minutes. She sighed and waved her hand. There's nothing we can do if we can't close it. Sure, you guys go and have a look. I won't go in. I'll wait outside, just in case I can't help, but, I've seen it. Xiao Shi immediately responded. She then explained the energy creation. Judging from the structure, the source of the structure, and the rules of the structure, this thing is quite advanced. It's a kind of advanced order creation. It's comparable to the level of the creations we saw back then. Hui was stunned. That means it's almost the same level as the order creation that appeared during the battle in the last era? Almost, or even higher. Xiao Shi nodded. This information tells us that its creator was once in a very high position. Other than that, it doesn't reveal any more information. Back then, there were many who could do the same thing. Moreover, it's still far from the origin creation. In short, judging from the situation of this world, this is also something from the last era. We could not help but nod. So what's the use of this thing? It's just a simple energy resonance creation. Through it, it can affect objects with the same kind of energy. Xiao Shi tilted her head and looked at the spinning hourglass. Her gray eyes flashed with a purplish gold light. It seems that through this simple resonance, it can also be used to perform simple commands and other functions. It can also be used to strengthen the power of the object it resonates with. That's it, the function is simple. In short, it's a plaything used to control demonized life. It's a simple controller. Yes, but Xiao Shi's calm face frowned. Other than the demonized energy, it also contains an extremely large amount of consciousness and willpower. I'm afraid that's the source of Ling's irritation. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Is it the ideology that I mentioned just now? Yes, ideology. The extent of its vastness can indeed be called an ideology. Xiao Shi nodded and looked at the hourglass. It contains the consciousness and willpower of more than 10 trillion life forms. It's quite complete. Moreover, they all originate from one individual. Hui was so shocked that he jumped. One individual? An individual that can trigger an ideology from one person? My God, there's such a powerful person in the void? It's actually possible. It was Yun Nuoxing who replied. He looked at Hui and said, for example, if I use all my power to trigger the sin in the world, I can also trigger a thought. It is a thought that is filled with endless negative emotions and destructive noises. It is a source of pollution. Just hearing it can make people go crazy. That's what I mean. I just want to say that that individual probably also has this kind of power that can be called the weight of the primordial realm, right? Young Master looked at him and nodded in agreement. The energy imprints that exist within and are connected to its structure all originate from the same individual. Even if the power of consciousness and will originate from trillions of lives, it is still triggered by a single person. That is to say, it carries the consciousness and will of trillions of lives with a single person, and its weight is comparable to the sins of the world. To be able to do such a thing. Hui touched his chin and said with a trembling voice, high level, close to the peak of the primordial realm? Or is it the peak of the primordial realm? Is there such a person in your era? Xiao Shi was silent for a while. She turned around and looked at Sui Qing. Seeing that Sui Qing also shook her head, she gave the answer. There are indeed many who are close to the peak of the primordial realm, but there are not many who can trigger an ideology alone. It's a special example. However, in my impression, there doesn't seem to be anyone who uses this kind of power. After all, they had been thrown into hiding for a few eras in the previous era. Naturally, they did not know if anything happened after that. To sum it up, this was a very ancient thing. Judging from the power of order that the life forms in this world carried, it was completely impossible for people at this time to create it. It could only be from the previous era of the primordial realm. In this world, well, it was at least the previous 5 eras, and its structure did indeed reveal this information. That's it, and that's it. Unsurprisingly, the research on this thing fell into a pit directly. When it came to the matters of the previous era, there were not many people who would not fall into the pit. Even things related to the origin would fall into the pit, let alone this thing that seemed to have nothing to do with the origin. In any case, The origin and chaos directly pointed out the general direction and narrowed the scope of their search. Moreover, there were only a few people who were related to the origin. It would take a little effort to compare them one by one. But this thing had nothing to do with the origin. They had to start searching from the entire void. The result was very normal. It was completely impossible to find it. But in fact, they had a lot of clues in their hands. Demonized energy, the power of will, the ability to trigger an ideology with one's own power. If they were not mistaken, these things were the characteristics, essence, and characteristics of that individual. Logically speaking, the third condition should be enough to eliminate many people. Coupled with the condition that this thing did not have the presence of the origin and chaos, and excluding the primordial god and the group of ghosts on the other side of the void, they still did not know. The current situation was that they had to take someone's jacket, hat, and use toothpick to find the person. But they did not know that person. How could they find it? All clues about the time and place had been erased in the last 10 to 20 eras. Oh, he was talking about the history of this world. The knowledge of the previous 5 eras had been erased just like that, and the information about the unknown existence had probably been erased as well. So, Yun Nuashing looked at everyone who suddenly fell into a helpless state. Is there any direct connection between this world and that existence? As soon as he opened his mouth, Hui and the others stared at him with their eyes wide open. He was stunned. What's with such a big reaction? Did you think of something? Yes, I did think of something. Hui nodded vigorously. He put his hand on Yun Nuashing's shoulder and said, You just said that you felt something familiar, right? Yun Nuashing frowned. That's right. In the center of the demonized energy, I vaguely felt a familiar. Familiar, but I can't recognize it. I only know that I must have seen that thing before. But everyone felt strange. If what he said was right, this thing was related to the previous era. But why did he feel that something related to the previous era was familiar? This thing was not an origin relic. Wait a minute. This thing could not really be an origin relic, right? The structure is not hidden. The core of the structure is not the creation core used by the origin creations. Moreover, its structure does not have the origin law and the origin energy mixed in it. The possibility of it being an origin creations is less than 1 in 100 million, Little Hour added softly. Hui and the others cast doubtful glances at the observer, only to see that his pretty face was wrinkled in pain. It seemed that his thoughts had fallen into an endless cycle of beating himself. This thing was indeed a creation of the previous era. The strength of its structure proved that it could not exist in this era. Moreover, the observer's senses were the most sensitive among them. Even if it was only for a moment, he would not have sensed wrongly. Then the question was, what was the problem that caused 2 unrelated things to become related? Little Angel tried to remind him. Could it be that you went to the continent of origin and saw something similar? Yun Nuashing shook his head vigorously. There are a total of 3 origin continents that I've seen so far. One is the origin continent that has already turned into a scorched earth. One is the model origin continent, and one is the inner broken origin continent. However, none of the 3 are unrelated to the origin continent. It's obvious that they are high-level order creations created by order life forms and have nothing to do with the origin continent. He pinched his face full of self-doubt. Could I have sensed wrongly? Hui asked in return. When you use the power of the origin to prepare to use the 3 styles of nothingness to beat the enemy, what is the probability that you would sense wrongly? It's about the probability of us being surrounded by 300 chaos concept bodies in the next second. Well, when we were about to be beaten to death, they ran out to save us. Everyone smiled bitterly. This was the lower limit of the probability of breaking the void. No one knew how many zeros there were behind the 0. In short, the probability was off the charts. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh and waved his hand. Forget it. No matter how ridiculous it is, we can't explain it now. For now, let's just take it that I made a mistake. A structure confirmed by the era itself is ironclad evidence. There's no such level of order creation born in this era. This is ironclad evidence left behind by the void. As for me, I'll just take it that one of the hundreds of conditions on me went crazy and made it think that it saw something similar. Forget it. Everyone could not help but smile bitterly. The research on this strange hourglass-shaped energy creation could only stop here. The rest of the research was just guessing. A thing from the previous era. Well, it was troublesome no matter what. If they wanted to get a more specific answer, they would have to find a way to dig something out from the hands of the people of the northern region. It was unlikely that they had picked it up from the roadside. Perhaps there was a relic with this kind of energy creation, such as a relic from the previous 5, 6, or even the last 7 or 8 generations. They told Reed about this and said that they needed help. The eastern and northern regions were of the same origin and had been fighting each other for who knows how many years. They must know more about the northern region than they did. Lord Bird was also very excited when he heard this. He spread his hands out excitedly. Well, if they have any trump cards, it could only be newly acquired. For example, this thing, or the demonic energy. We don't know anything about them. Everyone. After all, the eastern region had been completely dominated and had been forced into a corner. It wasn't very likely that they would be able to force the northern region to reveal some of their strange trump cards. Forget it, they can do it themselves.